girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay. Get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, 'cause we ain't done. Laddie stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest ocean blue that you'll ever see. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. Guam is a place for you and me. We can take a walk by the lovely sea. We can just chill down by West Side. I will never change my island life, from Kaiser Dado to ABT, even into Munning, Salmon, Sanchez Street. Chico 505, Park at Money Town. Anywhere on Guam, yeah, we're putting it down. Laddie stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest ocean blue that you'll ever see. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. Let's go to Mom, babe, where the girls pass by all day. You can see them on the sand where they lay. Get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, 'cause we ain't done. Laddie stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest ocean blue that you'll ever see. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. Between that stateside life and that island heat. Between that stateside life and that island heat.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Let it all go, girl. There is no one to impress tonight, baby. It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby.
I'll deliver you flowers. I'm just counting the hours. Being away from you too long is draining my powers, baby. Trying to find all the words to describe what I'm feeling. By the way, you're beautiful this evening. Baby girl, don't worry about impressing me. The only thing I find impressive is you don't have wings. 'Cause to me you're an angelic, supernatural being. So don't worry about a thing, 'cause tonight's on me. Hey, how about we just hop in my ride? Cruise around till we find a spot that we like. Lay a blanket down and look up at the stars. Let's make a toast, 'cause tonight is ours. Yeah, take you to my place, what you tasting wine. Dozen roses in a vase, so let us say and be mine. Dim the lights just a little as I close the blinds. Whatever happens next, baby, let's just take our time.
Let it all go, girl. There is no one to impress tonight, baby. It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby. Let me ease your mind. We'll sip on some wine. Let's have a good time, baby. It's just you and me alone, as you can see. I need someone to hold close to me, baby. The love you give is so special to me, girl. Baby, I'm right here. Wanna spend the night getting lost in your eyes. Move a little closer now, your lips are on mine. I dedicate this night to you. Here we go, 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 make making love connections to the flow. We be holding positions, we making progress. Have you feeling good? Just like I promised, like you knew I would. All night long, you and me, baby, to the sound. The way you got it going on, you wouldn't say I was wrong. The way you do it, naughty, with such an amazing body. In it together, baby girl, that's why I said, let it all go, girl. There is no one to impress tonight, baby. It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night would bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby. Let me ease your mind. We'll sip on some wine. Let's have a good time, baby.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If only I had my wishes come true, I'd create one whole new nation. See no differences between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah. If only I had my wishes come true, I would end all wars around the world. No longer fights between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, I know it's only wishful thinking, that's so make-believe. Oh, yeah. A little bit of hope won't hurt nobody. They keep saying I'm naive, but it seems all so real to me. If only I had my wishes come true, I would turn this world into paradise with peace and love between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh.
Oh, signa uli die sombranza maak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Razzaus and malak estrezas durante in todo in memu a no distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugia สีในแบนเดราตcaigui. Pues atan fanny bandera co esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big man is the empire Paraiona, Parai gloria, a viva isla selva.
hear the work bell ring, and I'm marching through the table. You see the same old thing, ain't no fool up on the table, and the folk up in the pattern. And you better not complain, boy. Get in trouble with the mountain. Won't let the midnight special shine a light on me. Won't let the midnight special shine a light on me. Won't let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine an ever-loving light on me. You wonder, God, Miss Rosie, how in the world did you know? By the way she wears her apron and the clothes she wore. Umbrella on her shoulder, one piece of paper in her hand. She comes to see the governor. She wants to free her mind. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine an ever-loving light on me. If you're ever in Palesso, well, you better do it right. You better not gamble, and you better not fight it. Oh, the blunder, it'll grab you, and the boys bring you down. The next thing you know, boy, you're prison bound. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine an ever-loving light on me.
Good morning, Guam. Hey, good morning. Right on.
Your face may be red, but the skies outside are the bluest of blue.
Oh, it's a beautiful day out there.
Oh, thank you, God, for that sunrise.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Looks like it's going to be hot today.
Which is ironic considering how much it rained yesterday.
Right on, yep.
But then again, that Landon, his predictions are pretty much on point.
Yeah, I gotta say, though, I'm really sorry about the weather yesterday, guys. It was me. I take full responsibility. There might have been a car wash over the weekend, and you know how they say on Guam, once you wash your car, that's it. Bring the rain. Might as well boil rocks.
There is a trick to that, though. I mean, you can wash the body of your car.
Yeah.
You can, scrub the grill and everything. Just don't do the rims.
Okay.
The rims are the thing that always
That
messes
seals
up.
the deal.
Yeah.
Right on. Hey, thanks to Joe, sir, for our Hutman sky cam out there. Beautiful, beautiful skies, especially coming from the south. Wow.
It is impossible to take a bad picture.
Just
on Guam.
wow, just wow.
Seriously, I mean, you can be like you can pick up a camera for the very first time, take a picture of our gorgeous sunsets or sunrises, and everybody will be like, "Wow,
Oh my God.
did you HDR that?"
Oh man, no filter needed. Todd's
Yeah.
a filter. Todd's a filter, girl. Good morning. It's Tuesday. Threw me off because Bev Test Jay Solis in the comments said Biba Lunas. It's Tuesday, right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking, just making sure. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, first in on our Facebook Live feed.
Hey.
Eat days, Mama Bear. Off today. Good morning, Chris, Jason, Joser, all on Guam.
I got a question, Mama Bear. What is the state song of Kentucky? What is the state song and the state bird? I was just about to say, oh, hello, and I was like, wait a minute, what
well,
is
it's
this?
the bluegrass state,
Yeah,
right?
But I have no idea what the state song and state bird of. I mean, I could look it up, but we've got like somebody who's
You know
a proud
the-
Kentuckian.
The official bird of Guam is, right? The sticker bird. Old school.
Okay, and I would never say this with our friends at the Department of Agriculture because we had them on yesterday. But do you remember?
I wonder if that's an invasive species. We got to ask them about the sticker bird.
No, remember like dumb kids like me, right? The way we would always test it is like, hey, is that a Guam rail? Remember what we used to do? Like
Yeah.
pick up a stick or a rock and like throw it, and if it flies away, that's not a koku.
The other one we used to always do is like you point at your leg. You like the leg look?
Oh, wow.
Hey,
Now that you're definitely gonna have to Google.
yeah, it's 6:21, Tuesday, April 27th.
Actually, probably not. I wouldn't want that in my search history.
Bennett, Lujan Duenas, buenas. Bev Test J. Solis from Chalampago. Good morning, familia in KUAM. Iwalani Wobble Pakaigui. Good morning, my favorite people. Josh and Bree. Who Josh is? Let me see. You're Josh today?
Hey, I can be a Josh.
Rosemary Laguardia. Good morning, team. Elizabeth Agagi. Good morning, KUAM Guam from Eva Beach in Hawaii.
I got one from Angelica and Owen Laniog. Hafaday from Universal City in Texas, nearby Randolph Air Base.
Wow.
And then they put this wonderful emoji. I've actually never had any reason to use a cactus emoji,
Oh, yeah.
but awesome.
Yeah, that's one emoji I never used.
Okay, how many? Okay, I'm a computer nerd, so I would know this, right? There are 216 exactly recognized official emoji across, desktop, Android, iOS, and everything like that. How many of those do you actually use on a regular basis? I mean, I think I use 4.
Okay, my top emojis frequently used are the laughing, the that that one. That's what I
The one with the
imagine
tongue
when
out?
Yeah. Also that what's that one where it's like the uncomfortable face with like the squiggly line?
Wait, is that
mouth?
uncomfortable or is that sick?
Like sick, I guess.
The sick is the green one.
No, it's like the red one, and it's like one eye is closed, and it's like
Oh wait, the one when it's wondering, the confused
that one, the second one right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, that's
Oh, and then my third most used emoji is eye roll. And then prayer hands, of course, heart, blow kiss, the lovey dovey with the 3 hearts in there. It's of course. A Guam flag, CNMI flag.
Of course, you and your lovely companion probably like send those lovey dovey ones.
I also use this one a lot.
All right.
And the brain.
Okay,
and the hot pepper. Those are my tops.
Mine are the bag full of money.
Nice.
The star.
Okay.
Because like me and my friends talk about movies, and I was like,
are you talking about the star, like the one that's like with a circle, like woo?
No, the gold star.
Okay.
Because we rate movies and we go back.
Oh,
and
no.
forth.
Wow.
For whatever reason, the crown, I had no idea how that I use it that much. The shark, because I guess like my fellow Sanchez alumni.
Right.
And then just the one that's like surprised, like the one that's like,
Yeah. Oh.
kind of look like Dr. Benji Santiago when he won Teacher of the Year.
Yeah, that was
Did
nice.
you guys see? Man, that was so classic. Because I hosted the thing. I was like, and now, the GDOE Teacher of the Year is the envelope, please. Dr. Benji Santiago, and he looked like a
He was
Chamorro,
straight up like this, like whoa.
yeah, like
Whoa.
like Shaggy from Scooby Doo.
Me.
And we love Benji. Benji's a wonderful guy, and you couldn't pick a better person to give the award to.
Yeah,
I mean, he was so surprised.
Biba electives.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I should have known this.
Also,
Okay.
Jan, my frequently used emojis, the skunk is there. I don't know why.
Is it because we were talking
I think
about
it's because
Pepe
we were
Le
talking
Pew
about
yesterday?
Pepe Le Pew or something.
Okay, but how often do? Okay, I want to know the correlation. How often do you use the skunk with the poo emoji?
I don't really.
Remember when everybody used to use the Taki one, like for anything?
Yeah, I was actually that for Halloween a couple years ago. In our Facebook live feed, Lourdes Molina, good afternoon, Guam from Washington State. Emily Barcelisa, Mananas y todos, be safe out there, of course.
Okay, and when Chris said the thing about the skunk, we got a whole. Speaking of emoji, we got a whole bunch of laughter emoji in our comments. So that's the truth.
I think that Bev Tess is saying Happy Monday to Mama Bear. That's why she's saying.
Speaking of Debbie Davis, she goes, "Our state song is My Old Kentucky Home." I knew that.
Oh yeah.
Man. And the state bird is a cardinal, and the state flower is the goldenrod. I didn't even know goldenrod was a real thing. I just know that that's like when you Xerox like the paper. Like, when you fill out like your GovGuam forms, you're like, okay, take the white copy is yours, take the green one over to the cashier, and take the goldenrod one, and then we give that to Department of Administration.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even know goldenrod was a real. Wow, I learned something today.
Leanne Beneventi, good
you,
morning,
Debbie.
Guam, and the CNMI. Emma Olalia, good morning. Roberto Fracassini, he went for a swim yesterday. Be safe out there in the waters, guys. Very, very rough.
Yeah.
Very rough.
Sar Suarez goes, Hafaday from Daly City, California. Sir, is Daly City the one? Is that the one with a very high, very big population of Filipinos?
That's like every
That
city.
is
okay.
in the big.
They're everywhere. Jeff.
Joseph.
They are everywhere.
Hey, but you know
That should be our goal. Who we compete with. Like, I want one day the way the Filipinos are in Dubai. I mean, Alaska. They have Filipinos in Alaska.
We're like cockroaches.
Don't say that you're like
No.
cock. You can't say that in 2021, unless you're Filipino, I guess. Yeah, guys. He said Joe Sir's like we're like cockroaches. No, Dubai, Alaska. That's what I want for our Chamorro people one day. I want one day for Chamorros to be on that level where the Filipinos are like, hey, is it Chamorro in
okay.
Wyoming? Hell yeah, guaranteed. We're in Wyoming.
I have a funny story, and I grew up. Most of my friends, because I grew up in the north and I went to Sanchez, so most of my friends like are Filipino, and they invited me into their homes. You know, their moms would teach me how to speak Tagalog. Filipino cuisine is absolutely amazing. But when I took a trip, I was working on a book a couple years ago, and I had to go to Google to interview some people. And I got off the plane.
Guys, Jason has actually written a book.
I've written two, but thank you.
Take that, Julian Uggan, huh?
So I got off the plane at SFO, right? You know, San Francisco International Airport. And I swear I thought I was on the wrong flight because there were so many people speaking Tagalog coming off like the departure. And I was like, wait a minute. And I was, you know, I understood because I mean, it's a beautiful language and I worked really hard to learn how to speak it. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I was like, wait, I'm in San Francisco,
like,
right?
And they're like, huh? I speak your language. Man, when I was staying in the States after high school, I worked at a golf course, and it was all like, there was the Mexicans, Guatemalans, and it was funny because they automatically thought that I was like Latino or whatever. And of course, I had to explain. I'm like, no, I'm from Guam. And they're like, yeah, you're from Guatemala. And I'm like, no, I'm from Guam. And then this Filipino guy came into work. And I was like, dude, I felt like it's so funny because I felt like his name was Maynard. Maynard. I felt so close to that guy. And I was like, yeah, we have a lot of him in my place in Guam.
No, and you know what? You know, the Filipino channel, right? Like on cable here.
TFC? Yeah,
I love it because, I mean, they've got the smartest marketing, and I mean this sincerely, the best marketing because I believe their tagline, right? It's a taste of home, right? I think that's so wonderful.
Yeah.
That just encapsulates everything.
I love the Philippines. I miss going to the Philippines.
You know, I've never been.
You're missing out.
How many times have you
Philippines,
been
let
to
me
the
tell
Philippines?
you my Philippine story. I always tell my kids. When the kids complain, you know, and all parents are like, oh, I'm going to take you to the Philippines. I'm going to show you. You're finally going to shut up about your stupid tab. These kids don't even have a tab. I was at Green Hills, and there was a boy. He was one of my kids' age, and he was on a plywood that they had screwed skateboard wheels to the bottom of. And this boy, who again was like 6 or 7, had no legs. No legs. And he was pushing himself along the dirty streets of Taguig, right? Is where Green Hills is, of Taguig, with the biggest freaking smile on his face. You know, to me, it's like, it always, anytime I'm going through some things, and not, you know, whatever you guys are going through, but whenever I'm going through things, I always take myself back and think, If this kid with no legs can be scooting himself along the ground and be happy to be alive, then what am I crying about? You know?
You know, I mean, it's this isn't about the Philippines, but I know the same sentiment. A memory for me is, do you remember a few years ago there was that one guy? Is he South American or something? Remember, he was born like without arms, but he had legs. But he played a 12-string guitar with his feet.
Oh wow!
And he played. Do you remember that he played for the Pope?
Wow, that's crazy.
This was huge news all over the world, and you know he was so humbled, and you know the Pope gave him an audience, and he played for him, and you know he was weeping, and he could play, and he sang, and he played with his feet, and it was absolutely amazing.
Wow,
and
that's
and
crazy.
again, it's you think you got problems?
Yeah. Well, you one up to me on your story.
No, no. Okay, well, a wonderful memory I do have of the Philippines is right after Kobe Bryant died.
Yeah.
Last January 15th. I remember this, Joe, sir? In the Philippines, there was this really broken down, like it's like an apartment building or an old hotel, and people live there, but they live very, very modestly. And there was an artist who went there, and right in the atrium of the hotel, made this amazing mural of Kobe.
That's right. That's because he was the Philippines' favorite basketball player.
Yeah. And then I mean we could have an entire show just on the impact felt locally of Manny Pacquiao.
Right.
Every time there was a boxing match about Manny, no one was on the streets. Everybody was doing pay-per-view. And there wasn't a person on Guam who wasn't cheering at the top of their lungs for Manny.
Right. And we also actually have today a great segment from Nestor where he talks to the Philippine scholar about why the country is having another COVID surge. That's the status of the Philippines, in case you're wondering, if you can go to the PI, what the deal is. So, yeah, that is the deal. 6:32.
And also, what is the deal about like whether people coming from the Philippines
Can
here,
come here.
will they have to quarantine or what?
It's Tuesday, April 27th. This episode of The Link is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, where you can get cement mixers. I mean, I think they've even got bobcats out there. Ditch diggers, definitely. What you need, your big project, you check out East West Rental.
Have they got a pneumatic drill?
I'm
A
pretty
pneumatic
sure they
hammer?
have a pneumatic. Is that the one with asthma?
No. No, but
No, that's the pneumonia drill.
Yeah,
God, okay.
you see the road crews use those, right? Like
Yeah.
it usually takes two
Even
guys
a
just to, like, hold it
jackhammer?
still, and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they basically
They
like,
do.
like
I
they
think they've
literally
even-
pound the pavement.
I think they've also got the tamper.
Oh, is
which
that
is
what that's called?
it's like it's a flat thing and you use it to
That's the one I'm talking about,
it's
yeah.
called- I think it's called it. We called it a tamper.
You've had a lot of like outside like laborer jobs.
My
haven't
job,
you?
I've had a lot of I get so many jobs.
How many golf courses have you worked on?
I
That's the
worked
second
at
time.
about like 4 different golf courses.
Really?
But I started at Leo Palace. That was gonna be my career. Like I was going places in the golf course maintenance world. I could have been a foreman. Yeah, and then you know what's funny is so I worked at Leo Palace here, and then when I went to the States after school, I worked at a couple golf courses there. And then we would do side jobs. You know those guys who like they always make a joke like, "Oh, pull up in the corner in the States and pick you up a load of Mexicans and do your yard work for you." I was one of those Mexicans. I would
That
hang
isn't
with
Mexican.
I would hang with these guys that I worked with at the golf course, and they'd be like, "Let's go do a project, dude." And we would like wait, and then we'd all get picked up by these white dudes who'd take us to like their super rich property. And we would be like the guys who put us. I know how to put in irrigation systems. We would like dig and put in like sprinkler systems, and it would under the table, cash. And so yeah, I'd done a lot of stuff, Jay. We should have a show one time where we talk about all the jobs we've had.
Yeah, like your LinkedIn profile must be like a mile long.
I quit. I'm not even on. I gave up on LinkedIn because I was like, dude, it's too much work. But I keep getting these darn notifications, so I think people are still on LinkedIn.
No, LinkedIn on Guam is basically everybody who works at the University of Guam and everybody who works at Docomo. Like I see all my friends at UOG and Docomo, like they're all on LinkedIn. They're like,
People
hey, man,
still
add me.
send me stuff on LinkedIn, and I'm like, I'm linked out on LinkedIn.
No, my background is, I mean, Joe Sir is
The only link I'm on is this one.
Yeah, Joe Sir is a lifelong electronics whiz, and my background is like retail. I worked at the mall.
Yeah.
Many times.
Hey, Tori Mantanonia, half a day from Minalahan. We're good here. Right on. Raymond McGravy, good morning, Guam from Bismarck, North Dakota.
Woo!
Wow.
Go Bison.
Angel Peak, Antonita Castro, good morning, Familia KUAM News, Mananasi Dulis. All have a good day. Be safe. Again, the show is brought to you by East West Rental, Caldwell's Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, and our friends at Jack in the Box, where you can get the $3 sauced and loaded fries with slow smoked bacon. That comes with they've got spicy Jack and triple cheddar are the flavors for only just $3, huh? 6:35 again Tuesday morning on the link. Let's go ahead and jump into the news now. For Sabrina Salas-Matanani, who is off island, Jason Solis. Good morning, Jay.
All right, good morning, Guam and everybody. The big news this morning is the Supreme Court heard Guam's argument in a very, very big landmark case. It was actually live streamed, so many of your fellow islanders got up and were watching with bated breath to see what came out of that. Here is a quick soundbite of the goings-on in the highest court in the nation. Again, hearing Guam's plea for its case.
The bottom line is that the United States wants to have its cake and eat it too. It sued Guam under the Clean Water Act in order to insulate itself from liability for its own role at the Ordat dump, allegations that must be accepted as true, and now it wants to block Guam's actions to recover a portion of its cleanup costs by saying that the parties' settlement of the Clean Water Act claim somehow barred a CERCLA contribution claim. There's no basis in CERCLA, the common law of contribution, or anything else the government relied upon in its brief or today at oral argument to allow the United States to get away with that ploy here. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Interact as Guam's case went before the United States Supreme Court. Once again, thanks to C-SPAN for that audio. You can actually check out cspan.org for the full hearing. All right, well, as for what's going on here at home, let's go back to the newsroom where Tyler Matanani is standing by with this Tuesday morning's Link Update.
One instant half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. A son of Guam shot by police in Texas and his family here at home want answers and are calling for justice.
They said it was 6 to 8 gunshots from behind.
It was on April 10th, 31-year-old Rescue Iram was fatally shot by San Marcos, Texas police. He was a 2009 graduate of Simon Sanchez High School. 11 years ago, he moved to Texas to pursue a career in nursing. More than 2 weeks since his death, his sister, Makenda Iram, still waits for answers from the San Marcos Police Department.
When I found out about the news, I read it on Facebook, and it said that he was charging them with a knife in his hand, slashing motion. I believed at the time I read the news that it's not him. That's not my brother, because he wouldn't fight any police officials.
According to local news reports in Texas, Iram was crossing I-35 on foot when he allegedly charged the officers with a weapon.
Also, witnesses from the highway, they said that his hands were in the air like he was surrendering. But then they shot him.
Based on a press release, KSAT News reports officers attempted to detain Iram and that he was allegedly threatening officers with a knife, and then police began shooting. 3 separate investigations were launched by public safety and police department officials, and 2 officers have been placed on administrative leave.
I'm also angry about this because why would they put them on leave? They should be in prison. They should pay for this, and we're looking and we're seeking for justice.
She believes her brother is a victim of police brutality and is demanding that the body cam footage and names of the officers be released.
They use weapons. They use weapons because of his color. They killed him because of his color. I know that for sure because he was a great man. And right now, he would have been alive doing more great things. They need to pay for what they did because they shattered hearts everywhere. A lot of people love my brother.
Makenda says all that knew her older brother knew how caring and kind he truly was.
It's just unbelievable. And I don't believe my brother would ever do such a thing. Because growing up, he raised me. He raised all of us, me and my siblings. He helped my mom and dad raise each and every one of us. And he would always tell us to be kind to others. He would show us kindness too.
Rescue is remembered by his father and 4 siblings. According to Makenda, their mother passed away last year. Rescue was unable to come home for the funeral because of a separate case from 2019 involving a traffic citation. If you would like to help the Iram family in bringing Rescue home, you can visit their GoFundMe page.
A resolution to commemorate World Water Day drew lengthy debate during legislative session Monday, but the impassioned speeches were directed more at certain language in the measure, opposing the controversial firing ranges at Anderson Air Force Base. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The resolution by Senator Sabina Perez includes clauses critical of the live fire training ranges being built at Northwest Field. It links them to potential contamination of the island's main water source, the Northern Lens Aquifer. It further calls on United Nations special representatives to come to Guam and report back on the impact of the military buildup. Supporters applauded the insertion of the highly charged language, while detractors said the issues raised belong in a separate, standalone resolution.
We've been at this for many terms. You know, our people know the details of this project. But I liken it to, say, it's hard to say, like abuse, right? Abuse can happen many, many times, but once somebody sees from the outside that, something of harm is happening, then there's a greater likelihood of it stopping.
As I read the resolution where I had concerns, as we went from talking about the importance of safe drinking water to what is becoming an interpretation of almost an anti-military resolution. If that was the agenda, then call it what it is, and then we can debate that issue.
This basically almost infers that all of that activity happens on the base. That it happens on a military facility. That it's going to happen on the live firing range. When in fact, a lot of that activity also happens in the community on the other side of the fence. And what are we doing to address that?
I just refuse to have the record show that we said nothing. And that we said it's okay, it's not okay. And the reason why, despite all their promises of taking care of these areas and that we are going to plant a forest somewhere else to take care of the ones that we have destroyed over the aquifer, it leaves our future generations with a bigger threat, with potentially less resources. And I feel like that is all of our duty here, is to protect these resources for them.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Hafaday, Zantiro, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Casino Commission Board has established a final order to Imperial Pacific International.
The casino annual exclusive license fee of $15.5 million, CCC is ordering IPI that those payments must be made immediately. And also the casino regulatory fee fund, the license for the machines, the tables, and the $3.1 million must be paid immediately.
CCC Board Chairman Edward Dillon Guerrero states they will be suspending the license indefinitely until IPI complies with those orders. IPI has been accused of a catalog of violations and has failed to comply with the Commission's orders over the past 5 years. CCC upheld their regulatory responsibility and served 5 enforcement complaints to IPI. Casino officials received the complaints and requested an evidentiary hearing for each one. And from the hearings, both the Commission and the casino reached a stipulation.
I gave CCC director and I gave IPI legal counsel an opportunity to draft the order based on those 5 complaints.
CCC then went through the process, held deliberations, and finally have decided on the remedies for the penalties.
So CCC is penalizing IPI $6.6 million for all the violations noted in the 5 enforcement actions.
This will be in effect after 10 days of submission to the Commonwealth Register, which will be May 10.
And they must pay this to immediately and not to exceed 6 months. If they don't do it in 6 months, I would expect that probably CCC would file another complaint, and most likely they will be seeking revocation of the license.
Dillon Guerrero stressed it was a long and tedious process, but through the license agreement, IPI is titled to be heard by the Commission. And because IPI did not contest the complaints, the sanctions are a lot less. But Chairman Dillon Guerrero still has concerns. The gaming industry provides for specific deliverables, which is to build 2,000 brand new 5-star quality hotel rooms and invest a minimum of $2 billion.
And then the Lottery Commission executed the license agreement And in those agreements, they have specific deliverables too. And they went from initial gaming facility, which is supposed to be like a training facility, and phase 1 and phase 2 of the operation to complete the 2,000 rooms and the $2 billion investment. We're concerned because this is only the initial gaming that they cannot complete.
According to De Leon Guerrero, there doesn't seem to be any conversations on what will happen to phase 1 and 2, since they never submitted a proposal for the Can Pacific property.
Which now leads me to believe that if anyone were to amend the casino license agreement, you would have to consider the phase 1 and phase 2, which was worded into the casino license agreement. There are dates there. And I understand that the governor has the responsibility to enforce the terms and conditions of the casino license agreement. The CCC has the mandates when it involves gaming, but a significant part of that agreement is non-gaming, and that's construction of hotel, construction of water parks, construction and operation of entertainment facilities, convention centers, and so forth. CCC is not involved in those.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemes.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, Ty, great job. Thanks so much for that report. In your daily COVID case count, 8 new coronavirus cases were confirmed last night out of 581 tests performed from last Friday through Sunday. Guam's CAR score has dipped from yesterday's 1.0. It is now 0.7. Public Health has resumed use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine following recommendations from the CDC and FDA. The vaccine will be available for eligible Guam residents later this week. Well, for those of you who have been asking in comments about what is happening with the Subaki Towers and the karaoke bar test, our friends at Public Health did conduct 128 COVID tests in all from the Subaki Tower after a cluster of coronavirus cases were discovered at that business last week. The agency expects those results sometime midweek. On that note, another round of testing will be held for the patrons, guest staff, and management of the Subaki Tower at the Old Carnival Grounds today in Tidzin. This is for those who patronized the Class A Lounge on April 7th or thereafter, as well as those who visited from April 14th through the 18th. Now, if you are one of many Guamanians who do need to get your shot, either shot 1 or shot 2, please do go to KUAM.com/vaccinate and book your appointment to get your shot today through Saturday over at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Mangilao. Vaccines are being administered from 11 a.m. to 5:30 in the morning. Best thing to do, make sure to go to KUAM.com/vaccinate. Make sure to book your appointment online. It's super easy to do. Takes about 2 minutes, and you can get your time slot. Very, very convenient. Well, let's go back to Tyler now. As for one woman, the first day on the job also meant getting her first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Tyler yesterday went to the Agana Heights gym for this report.
Joining the vaccination can be looked at as an initiation. For Karina Santos, it was an extra special day because her new boss, Mayor Paul McDonald, suggested that she take advantage of the village-based vaccination clinic, which was right next door.
Thanks to the mayor next door, I'm over there. He sent me to go get the...
It was her first day on the job and her first dose of Moderna. Santos previously scheduled an appointment to receive the single-dose Johnson & Johnson, but that was canceled after the FDA put a temporary pause on it. She explains that she was a bit scared to receive the vaccine.
I'm afraid, but you have to do what's right. If you really, how I'm thinking about it is, you know, like how our kids, we have to give them shots. It's for their safety because if an outbreak, and even if all it takes is one person and that's it, everyone's infected.
Santos says she feels relieved now that she's a part of the vaccination.
Because I'm doing what's right to protect myself and everyone else.
And as the vaccination rate increases and hospitalizations for COVID decrease, Karina shares her message to anyone that may be on the fence about getting vaccinated.
Don't be afraid. You need to protect yourself, and it's for our island. We have to keep contain it. So we want everything to go back to normal. So we need to get our shots and do what we need to do. Whatever, you know, the governor directs, you have to follow. She's a nurse, so, you know, she knows what's good for us.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matsanani.
All right, Ty pulling double duty today. Good job, Ty. To wrap up Earth Month all week long, we here at KUAM are featuring wonderful people in our island community doing their part to live sustainably. Our Jonah Goncharfers files this next report about a group committed to making our island home truly beautiful.
Sustainability Matters is brought to you by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Love Guam was founded almost 2 years ago by Hyun Lee. What prompted the formation of the group?
Love Guam started just very easy. When I went jungle, find photo trash, I say, small trash bag, pick up, and I just talked to about all my friends. The friends say, we're doing, and we just starting. That's our first reason.
Love Guam is a volunteer-based organization that holds an island cleanup project every month. The goal of the group is to promote the idea that everybody can make a difference in keeping the island beautiful. For group volunteers Terry Taylor and Jen Carr, it was a cause they were happy to get on board with.
My wife and I moved here several years back, and we had a group in Wisconsin and another one in the Dominican, and we came here, we were trying to recreate that. But what we saw was we were recreating the wheel because she already had an organization in place and getting literally dozens of volunteers to go out and do these cleanups. And then I sat down and talked to her, and she was talking about how she had this multi-phase approach about not only doing the cleanups, but then getting into the education and getting into the communities and getting them to not just stop the litter, pick up the litter, but to stop the litter. I thought, wow, that's a great organization to pair up with. And then instead of pairing up with, she had gotten so much done, I just kind of came in and said, let us work with you.
It's just a great opportunity, being here originally as a contractor, but living here now, and just giving back what the island gives us.
According to Lee, who is also the owner of Fusion Tavern, Love Guam has held numerous cleanups at places all over the island, from Chelon Ramirez and Jigo to areas notorious for illegal dumping. These areas are suggested by friends and members of the community who are frustrated by these eyesores. Most recently, about 50 volunteers came out and picked up trash at a popular spot on the island.
Last week we went to the Marble Cave. We literally said, too dirty. That's why I'm starting the Love Guam. I want beautiful island.
Lee is asking for the community's help. Love Guam will be heading to the Zero Down Gilbaza subdivision in Jigo on Saturday, May 15th to conduct a cleanup. The event is set to begin at 10 a.m. If you would like more information or you would like to volunteer, you can find Love Guam's page on Facebook.
This is not only our job, not mayor's job, not governor's job. There's your job. Please pick up only 1, 2, 3. 3 trash one day, and we can get the more better.
Sustainability Matters is brought to you by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
All right, thanks, Joan. Well, yesterday we were telling you that the island's newest eatery, Lone Star Steakhouse, was having a job fair. And the business has made its way to the island and is set to open soon, but of course needs a team to do so. Our Isaiah Uggan was at the job fair and has this story.
With a Longhorn Steakhouse launching soon and job openings are needing to be filled, we spoke with some island residents hoping to secure a steady source of income.
I'm just looking for a server job, maybe here or Olive Garden or anywhere else that's this job fair is for.
Okay, so why did you apply, or what made you come up to the job fair today?
I'm actually a student, and I felt like I needed a job to help support my family, and so just taking a leap of faith and trying.
So I saw this post on Facebook, which my girlfriend introduced to me, and she was just like, "Hey, let's go apply for this job fair," and I was like, "Okay, let's go check it out."
Honestly, I'm really interested, and I've only been into one job fair, which happened I think 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to get the experience again just to see what opportunities they have for me.
A job fair was held at their Tamuning location in front of the Guam Premier Outlets today. The restaurant is looking to fill 50 positions such as servers, service assistants, bartenders, cooks, dishwashers, and prep cooks. General Manager Donna DiDigio says The original plan was to have their grand opening on March 9th of last year, but that changed after COVID hit our island. After a year-long wait, DiDigio says the restaurant is set to open next month.
So our opening date is on May 17, and then we're just filling up all the vacancies that we have. We do have some hired employees already, so we're just trying to make up all the vacancies that we have right now.
She explained to KUAM what makes their steakhouse exclusive.
It's going to be cheaper prices for a premium steaks that we have. Our service, it's going to be outstanding service, of course.
She also expressed her feelings now that the restaurant is about ready to start up the grill.
I cannot really express how excited I was for a year that I've been, or almost 2 years already, that I've been preparing and wanted to open Longhorn Steakhouse, and I'm just counting days right now, so I'm really excited.
Anyone interested in joining the Longhorn team is asked to fill out the application form at Applebee's from 2 to 5 p.m., or you can email your resume to donna@longhornguam.com. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan.
All right, and let's go to the mainland for our next story, as we are getting now an inside look from our friends at CBS at a new pilot program which gives your fellow Americans a chance to test themselves for coronavirus at home. The goal is to measure how easy access to COVID tests may affect the spread of the virus.
Welcome to Pitt County, North Carolina. Population about 180,000. This is one of 2 sites chosen to be part of a new federal program to bring COVID testing into people's homes, starting at places like this.
This is a happy day.
Holly Hill Free Will Baptist Church, where after the services, parishioners were asked to say yes to the test.
Thank you. There are 25 tests in this kit.
Eve Angel Savage is part of that outreach effort, managing the distribution of testing kits across 10 municipalities.
So by reaching out to our churches, we have a greater reach for the citizenry in our county.
And here's your box here. Okay, thank you very much.
That outreach includes pastors like Manuel Medina from Greenville's Grace Family Fellowship. Pastor Medina has firsthand experience with COVID. Over the summer, it put him in the ICU. It also killed his mother-in-law, Julia Medina.
I understand what COVID is and how good these kids will be for the families to avoid that.
Nancy Hooks, who is a resident of Pitt County, showed us how it works. Each kit has 25 tests to be taken 3 times a week. Users swab their nose, place the swab inside the tube filled with a special solution, then remove the swab and put a test strip into the tube. 10 minutes later, the strip confirms a positive or negative antigen test.
3 times a week testing with this kind of technology is just as good as the gold standard PCR.
Dr. Francis Collins is the director of the National Institutes of Health. He says the goal of the program is to see if home testing affects people's behaviors and slows transmission by comparing rates of transmission in Pitt County to similar communities that don't have those kits.
Is it a little late in the pandemic to be doing this?
The technology to be able to do testing at home has really just gotten invented. And let's be clear, we're not over the risks of this pandemic. We still have 40 or 50,000 people a day testing positive.
And with just about 20% of Pitt County vaccinated at this point, there is still a long way to go before everyone is protected. So as of today, program managers say they've handed out more than 15,000 test kits so far. David Begno, CBS News, New York.
All right, make sure to check out KUM.com 24/7 for the very latest Guam news headlines. All of our reports in video, in text, everything is up there, updated constantly. It's going to be interesting, Chris, to see if maybe home test kits will make their way out here to our part of the world.
Right on, yeah.
Would you be willing to do a home test? And they said in that report, they said antigen, right? So that's the deep one.
Yeah. Is it?
Is it because antigen and PCR, right?
No, I don't think it matters how deep you go. On that note, let's just take a break.
You can go one way or
because
the other.
It always matters how
Yeah.
deep you go.
Yeah.
It's 6:58. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedule? Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month. Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Catero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
love Guam. I love you. I've got love for all my jet blue.
Oh, man, good stuff.
I love girls born on Guam.
Former Mayor Ken Joatta, the late Ken Joatta with I Love Guam. Always live on through his music, especially this song.
I love everything about this little island, and when I get off, I come back again. Oh, I
Right?
want to leave.
Hey, it's 7:06. Good morning, Tuesday, April 27th. Let's head out, literally out, into the KUAM News Zoom room. We're standing by in what my grandma used to call the hot sun. Reverend Taxa Director Daphne Shimizu. Good morning, Daphne. Good lighting.
Happy day, Sabrina. Happy day, Jason, and happy day, Guam. I hope you could hear me.
Yeah,
I'm
you're coming
actually
in.
here at the DPW compound. I just wanted to share with you, of course, our new location for vehicle registration, which is here at the DPW compound, Building B. I am outside in the parking lot, and that's because I wanted to show you the outside of the building that we're at, and also share with everyone, how do you get here? Because some people may be wondering, how do you get to DPW Building B? So I'm right here. Of course, DPW is located right here off of Marine Corps Drive. Behind me, you can see Marine Corps Drive. And just real quickly, how to get here and where I am is, right here, if you are heading north on Marine Corps Drive, everybody knows where Kmart is, right? Just a little bit north of Kmart, you're going to find the very first stoplight right here, and you're going to make a right. And that will take you right into the DPW Building B compound. So when you make that right turn, you're going to come to a little bit of a road. Behind me, you can actually see the the business license permit center. That is where, of course, we work with the other agencies to help to get licenses out and building permits out as quickly as possible to our people. You're going to come to a stop sign at the end of the little road. When you get there, you're going to make a right, and that right will bring you into this parking lot. And I want to say thank you so much to Director Vince Ariola, of course, and to the DPW team here. They worked really, really hard to make sure that, of course, we had ample parking for our customers. And so, right behind me is our parking. And when you get to DPW Building B, you're going to go ahead and find a parking space here. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to show you where our building is. Good morning. Some of the DPW employees are saying good morning to me. So right here, you'll see behind me, that building right there is DPW Building B. You'll see our sign right at the top, and it says Department of Revenue and Taxation Vehicle Registration Branch. And I'm going to bring you in there in a minute. But really, that's where it is. I kind of wanted to show you a little bit of our kind of the logistics here so that when people come here, they're aware of where to go. Of course, you know what, our services now, what we're really happy to report about is that now you could come and see us for vehicle registration services Monday through Friday. Of course, since we opened up in January, this is the first time that we could actually do this Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We've only been doing vehicle registration services on Thursdays and Fridays as walk-ins. So we're very happy that here at DPW Building B, our vehicle registration branch is going to be able to service you from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And that, again, is something that we have been working on. The opposite of that is, of course, up at Barrigada, we're able to service our driver's license customers Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Of course, we do have limited capacity. So, please, thank you again for your patience. And, just please, if you could, we appreciate your patience because, of course, we are doing our best to meet the demand that we really see of our services. Behind me here, though, you'll notice there's a tent with cones. So right here, you'll see that first set of cones here, and that tent, that is for our general public. And so that's for the general line that we have. You'll also see behind me a sign that says appointments. We still are servicing our appointments. Those people who have scheduled appointments already, we're going to continue to serve you. You're going to come to DPW Building B if you have an appointment. If you have an appointment, go ahead and go straight to the sign right here that says appointment, and we'll be able to serve you. And if you're here from 8 to 9 and you are, of course, one of the, you're an individual with disabilities, you're a Manamco or you're a veteran, then you can go ahead and get in line right in front of the building, right along the front side of our building. And that line is for our individuals with disabilities, of course, our veterans and our Manamco. And again, we're very happy that we're able to open up yesterday. We had, several people already come in yesterday and we were able to serve them. And I think that, of course, again, number one is that we want to be able to serve our people Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. as they need and not have to limit them to Thursdays and Fridays. I am going to walk you inside though, Chris, if you don't mind.
Sure,
I do have my mask, my handy dandy mask. So
Nice.
I am working. I know we still are in COVID situation, but because I'm out in a parking lot kind of by myself, with the exception of some stray dogs, I was not wearing my mask, but I'm going to go ahead and go in. I'm going to wear my mask. And I'm going to kind of like walk you through. You're going to see, again, the sign that says appointment. You're going to see, of course, the regular line here where the cones are up, and also where DPW has done a really great job at making sure that the 6-foot markers are set up. So I'm going to put my mask on. Of course, I want to make sure.
Dav, let me just cut in here. So this is Reventax Director Daphne Shimizu. She's taking us on a tour of the Reventax's new satellite vehicle registration location, which is at the DPW compound at Building B. Go ahead, Dav.
Right, and thank you so much, Chris. And again, half a day, everybody. I'm here at DPW Building B at Reventax's new location. It's the only location that we're servicing vehicle registrations. So, you know, again, we want to let everybody know we're here. We opened up since yesterday. We're open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. I'm going to go ahead and walk in. We actually have already someone who's sitting here. Good morning, ma'am. Sitting here waiting, waiting for our services. Of course, again, we open up 8 to 5. Morning.
Good morning. Bananas Azules.
We do have, of course, Chris from our vehicle registration branch. Good morning. He's already ready to begin to serve our people and to make sure that we screen everybody and that they have the proper documents. And I'm going to walk in. So as you come in, you're going to go ahead and come this way. We're very happy that we were able to procure some hand sanitizing thermometers that are stand up. So you'll go ahead and make sure that you take your temperature, get your hand sanitized. Let's just do that. Okay, I'm all good. And I'm going to walk you through right here. So we do have, just like we did at the vehicle registration branch in Barrigada, we do have our line that's strictly for our veterans, our individuals with disabilities, and our Manumco. We also do have, of course, our regular line. And we're very excited. Again, DPW did a really, really great job to make sure that we were ready to start up. And if you look behind me here, you can see on the floor these orange markers. We marked off to make sure, again, people are safe. We have stanchions to help kind of keep things organized. Behind me, we do, again, have our counter for individuals with disabilities, also our veterans and our Manumco. And then I'm just going to walk you over here. We also have, you know, and again, DPW did a great job at setting this up, but we do have here, you know, of course, the different counters that people are going to be served. Again, we're continuing to serve people who have appointments. And so, you know, right here, we do have, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I believe the last 2 counters, which are 7 and 8, are for our appointments. So again, if you have an appointment that's already scheduled, don't be disheartened. Yes, we are going to continue to serve. And we actually have here Christina, who's here already, getting ready to serve our. Say good morning, Christina.
Good morning.
Morning, Christina.
And we also have Mike, who's here ready as well. So,
good
you know,
morning,
even
Miguel.
though it's not 8 o'clock, we already have people who are here and who are preparing so that, again, you know, we can make sure that we serve our people the best that we can. And anyway, so that was kind of the tour of the front area. You know what? It is not as big as building, as of course, DRT Barrigada, which is over 50,000 square feet. But again, what we're happy about is we believe that this, you know, space is going to be able to accommodate our vehicle registration branch, and, you know, of course, accommodate the people that need those services. And definitely number one is that we're going to be able to do this 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And so, you know, again, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you a little bit of a tour.
Right on. We appreciate it, Daph. And we did have a few comments here. I guess, first of all, a lot of people are asking about the stimmy.
Sure. So with regards to stimulus payments, as you know, from the time that our plan got approved back in April 10, we did begin to process payments. In the first week, by that Friday following that Saturday, that within that 1 week, we were able to get out $194.5 million in EIP payments. So those, how it works, and I know there are a lot of people who are calling and have questions about their stimulus. I haven't received it yet. So the process is, of course, that we do work to process those payments, whether they're by direct deposit or they're by check. We transmit the information regarding those payments if they're a direct deposit and then we transmit those checks to the Treasurer of Guam, and the Treasurer of Guam does go ahead and make sure that she and her team sign off on those checks and mail them out. And so, of course, there is time involved, right, for that. And then again, after that, what happens is it goes to the post office, and of course, those get sorted and mailed out. I know, again, we had done $194.5 million in 1 week. That was over 70,000 payments. We're very excited and happy about that. This past week, which was the week after, of course, our plan had passed, we were able to process another $3 million in EIP payments. And Chris, just so you know, what we're going to be doing is similar to what we've been doing all along, even with the other EIP programs, which is that we're going to be processing payments on a weekly basis. So, if you have not received a payment yet, perhaps there was a document missing. And if you don't mind, I'm going to go outside so I can take my mask off.
Sure.
If you have a document, you have to go ahead and provide a document, or perhaps you didn't file your return yet and it's going to be processed. For those people who have that issue or run into that, we are going to be working to continue to process payments. So again, you know what, we're doing our best to process payments as quickly as we can so we can get them out to our people. If you haven't already received it, but a check was processed for you, you will be getting that in the mail. And if you have any issues, of course, you can contact our office, or you can also contact the treasurer if you have an issue. But it is going to be important for you to make sure you have the information on your check. So with regards to the payment, so you'll have to log in, if you can, to myguamtax.com. You can register. Make sure you have all your information regarding your tax return so that you can enter it and we can confirm your identity. Once you have that information, again, if you, again, I am letting people know if you could just give it a week or two from the time that your check was processed, to see if it comes in the mail. I know people have been receiving it. I've also been, meeting up with people who have been receiving their payments, and they are coming. Again, just if you could give it a little bit of time, but you can go ahead and log into myguamtax.com and check the status. And again, for those people who may not have filed yet, or who were not included in the first round because maybe they had information that they had to provide, but they were able to provide it. We are working to process payments on a weekly basis so that we can make sure that everybody gets their EIP 3 payments as quickly as possible.
Daff, I'm just wondering, like behind the scenes, do you say stimmy or do you still say stimulus?
I can't call it stimmy. I still call it EIP 3. In fact, we have to make sure that we keep that we talk EIP 1, EIP 2, EIP 3, and then now, of course, as people are filing their returns, if you recall, for EIP 1 and 2, if you didn't receive it, or if you didn't receive the full amount, but you could based on a 2020 return, we're actually beginning to pay out those recovery rebate credits too. So, not only are we turning around the EIPs, we're also turning around those recovery rebate credits. So again, for those people who may not have received the full amount of EIP 1 or 2, they are going to go ahead and get those payments now as a recovery rebate credit on their 2020 return as we work to process those.
Daff, we had a comment here. When checking status online for EIP 3, it states that the mailing address is incorrect, but I received the previous stimulus at the same address.
Okay, so you know what? You'll need to make sure that the information that you have on your return is for the proper year. Sometimes people do, they have, or they may change their addresses from year to year. So the return address, the address you have on your return, maybe for 2018 or 2019, may not be the same address that you use for 2020. So it's really important to go ahead and check what address was on those returns so that you can make sure that the return or the address that's being used is that. And how it works, Chris and Jason, is that we utilize the address that is on the return, and we cannot divert from that. And so again, it's very important that you check the address.
Daff, what about tax refund status update?
Okay, great. So last week we did process another batch of Feb 12 tax refunds. I believe we did over $9 million. We're excited about that. Our team is actually gearing up, and of course, we do work very closely with DOA Director Byrne, and also our fiscal, our head of our fiscal team, our fiscal advisor, and so that we can make sure that we process payments. We will be processing payments this week. We don't have the final information on it yet, but we'll work to get that as soon as we process that.
What about, did the property tax deadline just pass recently? How'd that go?
Sorry, what was that, Chris?
property tax?
Oh, yes. So April 20 was the date for the second installment payment for real property taxes. And, of course, after April 20, if you haven't made your payment, there are penalties that are assessed. I really highly recommend that people go ahead and make that payment. As you know, by law, we're required to print out or to issue what's called a delinquent listing. Our delinquent listing is expected to be printed out, I believe, and issued or published in June. And so, of course, we really highly recommend that for people who have not paid their real property taxes, that they make sure that they do. You can actually pay it online. If you have your real property tax statement and you have your parcel identification number, you can go ahead and get onto our website and you can make payment. So you don't even have to physically come in. But if you do need to physically come in, of course, you could go to DRT office in Barrigada, our real property tax team. Again, we're open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday for walk-ins. Our real property team can assist you. And so, of course, you can go ahead and do that. You can go see our real property tax team, and then you can go ahead and make payment at the Treasurer of Guam at DRT in Barrigada.
We had a comment here. I'm not really sure what she's referencing, but Cecilia comments, and if you file already but didn't do the amendment yet, will you still get the EIP?
Okay, so probably Cecilia is talking about the $10,200 in unemployment. And I know there was a lot of questions about that. And in fact, of course, we from the start have been, our guidance, which was issued back in April 1, states that if you're going to go ahead and work to claim or reduce your taxable income by that $10,200 in unemployment, that you must file an amendment. I think that, there have been a lot of questions because, of course, the IRS had come out early on and said, you don't have to file an amended return. We'll go ahead and make payment to you, and we'll make that payment, and you won't have to worry about amending a return. Later on, actually, and I was just sharing this with one of my colleagues, is that the IRS actually came out, and I'm sorry, I'm going to try to get out of the way of these DPW.
Yeah. Please do.
I'm trying to stand in a place where I'm not going to get run over.
Good
or
idea.
where I'm not
Thank
going to
you.
somebody's way, actually, because these hardworking people here at DPW are already coming into work. So thank you to them. But so with regards to the guidance for the IRS, it actually changed a little bit. Initially, they had said you wouldn't have to file an amended return. And then the additional guidance came out that they would only be doing certain adjustments. But if you were going to claim other credits that you hadn't claimed originally on your return, credits that you may now be eligible for, that you would still have to amend your return. And so, I think that, I'm proud of how we have rolled this out in terms of our guidance, because of course, we want to make sure that when people file or when people are, we want to make sure that the amounts that you're receiving are actually the amounts that, one, you've agreed to, you understand, you've signed off on, and that they're the maximum amounts that, you are filing with us. So, again, we had issued that guidance. Now, if you have filed a 2020 return already or a 2019 return already, it is actually possible for you to receive that EIP-3 payment, even though you have not amended your return. And so to Cecilia's point, or her question, you can still, it is possible as long as you're eligible and you have filed a return and it is validly filed and processed in our system. But you know what, again, I highly recommend that for Cecilia and for all those people who did receive unemployment compensation that did not take the exemption yet, that you go ahead and do that. Of course, Director Dave De La Sola and I have discussed this issue. Both Revenue Tax and the Department of Labor have already provided the guidance on how to go ahead and report that unemployment compensation on Schedule 1 of your Form 1040. So, if you haven't done so, we highly recommend that you do so as soon as possible. And so that way you can get the maximum amount of refund or make sure that, you're getting the maximum amount back or reducing your tax liability and not unnecessarily paying things that that are not required of you.
Thank you for that, Daph. Earned income tax credit update.
Regarding the earned income tax credit, of course, that's something that we're very grateful to Congress that, and of course, for many years, our government has been working to try to get the earned income tax credit reimbursed to our government. It actually on an annual basis can cost us anywhere between 51 to maybe almost $60 million a year. And these are payments, of course, to our people who have earned income that qualify and are run in a certain bracket. And so with regards to the ITC, I have not yet discussed the ITC and how that will work with the IRS. Of course, our main goal was to try to finish up the discussions on EIP-3. Now we're going to be pivoting. Of course, the next question is about the child tax credit, actually, Chris, because there is an advanced advanced child tax credit that is part of the ARP. And I have begun discussions and requested for meetings with the IRS regarding the advanced child tax credit, how that will be applied or implemented in Guam. And so, again, that's our next step, is to work on that. The ITC, again, is part of our discussions, but, we're kind of working in phases in terms of the way that, of course, we believe that we need to roll out monies to our people. And so the next round of discussions probably will focus largely on the additional child tax credit.
Daph, we had another comment here. What are the good phone numbers?
Okay, so with regards to calling our office, you know what? There's 3 phone numbers that I want people to remember, and that's 635-1840, 1841, and 7651. We've done our best again, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, to make sure that we have people manning those lines. We do have people that are going to start being there about 8 o'clock this morning, making sure that they're answering the phone calls. And so, if you could call 635-1840, 1841, and 7651. But, we do have very high call volumes. And so, I highly recommend that for those people who are able to utilize some of our services where we have provided these tools, for example, the refund lookup, the EIP 3, 2, and 1 lookup, those types of things, we do have those available. And, just like the IRS highly recommends that people log into their websites and try to access information in that way to avoid having to wait on the phone for a long period of time. We also highly recommend that if it's information on your refund, information on your EIP 3, 2, or 1, that you go ahead and use the lookup tools that we have set up. Again, that was, part of our efforts, again, to try to help people so they don't have to wait, so they don't have to call. You can access it 24 hours a day. You can check the status and you can see how much of a refund or how much of a EIP 3 you're going to be getting or how much has already been paid to you.
Daph, if we filed hard copy, not e-file, how do we track with Guam Tax Online when it keeps saying no tax on file?
So if you filed a hard copy, and again, it was very important for us that we included the language validly filed and processed in our implementation plans. Of course, it does take time for people to file and for us to get a manually filed return processed. And that is why, to the extent possible, of course, if you are able to, we highly recommend people to file online. E-filing, of course, is very quick if you qualify for e-filing. Again, and we do have that guidance on our website. Again, we highly recommend that you do, because once you've e-filed, as long as all of your information is accurate, your social security numbers, your dependents, your income, then you actually can be considered validly filed and processed upon your filing. And so, which is different from, of course, a paper filing. And as I mentioned, of course, before, on Feb 12, which is the first day that we began receiving 2020 returns, initially we had thought it was 9,500 returns, but it actually ended up being well over 10,000 returns manually filed that we've received on that day. And so we do have a lot of returns to process. I'm very excited, though, that we did actually hit over 4,500 returns that are e-filed, the Forms 1040 online as of yesterday. Wow. And I'm always calculating, how many hours is that, right? It's 45,000 minutes, which is 900 hours or something. So I'm always calculating, how many hours is this? How many hours is this? And actually, I may be wrong on that, so excuse me. But, I'm always calculating to see how many minutes are we able to, how many hours of work are we able to save by every single e-filed return. And, again, for every hour that's saved, that's just time that we can use to better serve our people, to do more analysis, to do more high-level work, so we're not having to do a lot of manual processing.
Last question, Daph. Is there any update on the RISE Act?
No, I don't have an update on the RISE Act at this point. Again, that's something that I believe, again, we have not heard any update on the RISE Act. I don't have any update on that. But if we do have an update, Chris and Jason and Sabrina will do our best to make sure we get that to you.
Thank you, Daph. Okay, thank you so much for the tour. Again, she's at Building B, DPW compound. That's the new satellite location for vehicle registration. Right, Daph?
Right. Thank you so much. Again, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday here at DPW Building B. We're here to help serve you for your vehicle registration branch services. So, hope to see you soon. And thank you again, Chris, Sabrina, Jason. Thank you, Guam. Have a great day.
You too, Daph. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it, Daphne. There you go.
I hope people realize Joser was actually saying this, and it's we in broadcast media,
We in broadcast media.
There's things we call like
right on.
We call like when we do reports out in the field, we call it like a stand up, right? Because literally you're standing there and you normally do like a report. For somebody to like walk around and narrate and take questions on the fly and everything like that takes a tremendous amount of like skill.
Yeah.
She pulled that out. I put in the comments. I was like, Daff is totally a rock star.
Yep, she did 45 minutes in the hot sun.
Yeah.
Not bad, not
and
bad.
And in the hot seat with like a lot of those questions. Oh, bless you.
It's not COVID, guys. Sorry. Yeah, so good job there, Daphne.
And we do. By the way, for those of you asking about, I put links to the contact form that you can fill out on myguamtax.com, and I put the phone numbers that Daphne was referencing in there. So if you guys want the phone numbers that she said to their customer helpline and everything like that, just check our comments, and you guys can get through to Revan Tax.
Right on. We're going to take a quick break. Chamarita Rage's comments. OMG, Daphne Shimazu was very informative. I'd always joke whenever we get her on, it's like 10 stories, boom, right there. What do you need? You got an EITC, you got your vehicle registration.
Do you remember how nervous Daph was when she first came on?
Yeah.
Because we have to develop like a lot of rapport like with our guests, but she even said, she goes, when I get nervous, I tend to talk like really quickly.
Yeah, and one thing I can appreciate about her is back when the first round of the EIP stimulus came out, and guys, I don't know if you remember, but the time that the first stimulus was being talked about, from that point to when it actually came out, people were hurting so bad, right, Joe, sir? Hurting so bad, and Daphne was just like, I got to get this out to the people as quick as I can. And the turnaround was, it was to be commended. And just knowing that that's kind of like her motivating center is that, hey, people are hurting out there. I got to help.
And remember, Mother's Day is coming up, by the way, on May 9th. And she said, like last year, a lot of their staff who are mothers themselves or, obviously children, is she said they volunteered to come in and bust their butts on Mother's Day so they could get our people their payments.
Right on. We're getting ready here. As Dr. Hoa Wen, the Physicians Advisory Group chair, is about to join the show, looking handsome in his maroon polo. That's maroon. And there's Nurse Francis.
Yeah, Nurse Francis, right?
Yeah, it is. Guys, we're going to take a break.
Nurse Francis is the best.
And we're coming back with, we're doing a cluster.
There
you are.
Wait.
Let's go ahead and say it. Hi, Doc.
Hey, Nurse Francis, wait, come back. Well, we want a cameo, please.
I think Jason wants Nurse Francis to do the interview.
No, you know what? She gave me my shot. When I went to go get vaccinated,
Right,
Nurse Francis, super, super nice, explained the entire process and everything like that. I was not anywhere nervous and everything like that. She's the best.
We're going to get back to Dr. Wen in just a sec, but I just got a comment from a friend of mine on WhatsApp. Seriously, Daphne's doing good, especially with the business license division. So there you go, 7:33, break Nodza, and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Learn more about family platter of fried chicken. Check. Tray of red rice. Check. Birthday cake. Check. 1 case of water. Check. 12-pack of beer. Check. 2 cases of Pepsi.
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
So, no thanks to you, I got this one. I am who I am, so it pays to be myself. So keep telling me again how I just gotta change. Keep telling me about you and your society's ways. You keep telling me your truth and how you're so right. You keep knocking me down like I just won't fight. But every time you talk the truth, I just hear more lies. You're looking at the surface, I'm looking at inside. Where would I ever be without all your advice? I think I'd still have these three words on my mind. They go, I am who I am, who I am, so no thanks to you, I got this one. I am who I am, who I am, so it pays to be myself and you're so wrong. I am who I am, who I am, so no thanks to you, I got this one. I am who I am, who I am, so it pays to
Boomer,
be myself.
7:38. Good morning. Remember that, guys, when Chris Boomer went on tour with Soulja? Huge. Now we had local bands that go on tour with other big reggae bands like all the time. Right? It's crazy. Recognize. Man, I'm kind of disappointed that Daphne doesn't call it a stimmy, Jay.
I bet you she would, though. I bet if you caught her like at the right moment, or
Right,
I mean, she's pleased as punch.
I just want to believe that she, like, when they're pumping those checks, she's like, "How's those stimmies coming? I want all those stimmies printed out and in the mail right now." This doesn't have the same ring as like the EIP3.
Well, by the same token, would a physician say like, "Oh, I'm going to give you your vaccine shot"?
Yeah. Yo, you ready for that vax? I don't know. Let's ask Doc. Do you say vax or you say vaccine?
I just say shot.
shot. That's it. He's the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, here for our cluster update this morning, Doc. How are we doing and wading into those big clusters with Subaki, A-Class Lounge, and the infamous symptomatic basketball game?
Yeah, I think we're doing very good. Public health have been out there doing a lot of testing. Yesterday, actually set a testing site at the Subaki Towers, and so far, out of the cluster, we are fair very well. But again, we find out probably the next. We have one more week to go, in order to find out if anything come out of it. But the cluster now and the cluster back in August is a lot of difference. The difference is that quite a bit of our people are vaccinated. We don't have a big outbreak like we have back in August. That's a huge difference just because of the vaccination.
What are you hearing from, because it looks like since Friday, I mean, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, since Friday, we've tested like a bunch of people, and the numbers have been low, right?
Yeah, we test a lot. We at the Public Health North and also Subaki Tower yesterday, we test some at the clinic, and so far, the number is not big. Yesterday, I think we have 0. So we tracked down a lot of people. There's still a few more people to track down, but so far so good. We hospital admission still at 3. So like I said, it's a huge relief for us. And also, the governor and public health went out there really at the beginning. So we want to do contact tracing and people respond. So it went very well, and hopefully that's how they're supposed to respond in the future when the more cluster coming in.
Doc, so you said it's going very well, but are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the jungle yet?
One more week.
One more week.
And out of the jungle.
So Pat the Half, we're at 60,000 some. Are we at, is it 60 flat, Jay?
No, it's more. It's past 60,000.
Okay.
Yeah, it's past 60,000 already. We will reach the 50% mark probably today, tomorrow. But by the end of this week, 100% would be reaching 50% or more.
Right, and so we might end up beating the May 1st deadline for Pat the Half.
Yes, we do, and that's partly on the effort of everybody. I think people still come out a whole lot to get the vaccine. So I think that we cannot do that. We cannot reach it without people coming out. So again, thank you so much for everyone for doing that. But hopefully the governor will come out and release the new quarantine guidelines. So that way, make it easier for our people to go, in and out of Guam. But with some precaution that, we have to still take to make sure that, we don't have any, variants coming into Guam.
Yeah. So Doc, I mean, that's been the conversation leading up to this Pat the Half is, we were told like, hey, yeah, quarantine's going to be over for residents, I guess. So what do you think is going to be the quarantine policy, let's say a couple weeks from now? Because it's not just you guys aren't going to flip a switch on May 1st, right? And then boom.
I think as May 1st come and reach 50%, we probably wait for the governor to make a final decision. And more likely we will implement the new guideline. I mean, the final decision is going to come out probably by the end of this week sometime to let people know, what the new quarantine guideline is all about. The physician advisory group have made the recommendation already, and now it's the governor final decision of adapting the whole thing or a part of it or make some change. it's really up to the governor and how comfortable she is to open up our island to a new quarantine guideline.
Well, let me just double back and ask then, Doc, what is going to be the PAG's recommendation to the governor relative to quarantine policy moving forward after we've achieved the path to half?
We recommend to follow up with the CDC guideline on the fully vaccinated people to come in with no test, and that's what we recommended. Regarding certain area in the world that currently have a surge or have a lot of variants, we put some guidelines together to try to make sure that those areas in the world that make it more safe for people to come into the island and not bring along the virus with the new variants. Mostly we will follow the CDC guideline.
I see. What's it going to mean for when we achieve the path to half? What is it going to mean for the further easing of restrictions?
You're fully vaccinated, Chris. You should be go in and out of Guam with no tests. If you can validate your vaccination status, okay. So I think they have a few more days before May 1st to kind of work out the kinks at the airport, or try to figure out, and put some plan in place to verify your vaccination status as you come into the island.
What about the easing of restrictions like, 50% capacity for bars, 75% capacity for restaurants and retail?
I think she usually released that by Friday, right? I think there's further release of some restriction to open up more. I think that we're comfortable to go forward with the business and open more. I think that to go back to 100% is going to be a little baby step to get up there. But again, we're going to continue to monitor to make sure that the CAR score will trend downward rather than upward, as we see in the past few weeks or so. But I feel confident that the CAR score will go down after this cluster.
Doc, after we achieve the path to half, when you guys figure out and implement the quarantine policy, when we ease more restrictions, are we still going to have to wash our hands, wear our masks, and watch our distance?
Yes, I really highly recommend people to do that until we get to reach our herd immunity. That's you're talking about 80% of people vaccinated. Until then, I really highly recommend people to continue to do that and don't let your guard down. Still the same rule again. If you're sick, skip the event. Let your workplace know. Stay home. Go get tested. And back on the same thing. Been over 1 year already, and sometime we need to have a reminder of people to, hey, if you're sick, just stay home and go get tested. But don't go to work or don't attend event. Continue to wear your mask, wash your hand, and social distancing until we get this herd immunity coming out. And it's not that far if we continue to go with the rate we are right now for the vaccination. We reach here probably by the end of June or July. So again, we're going to figure out a lot of ways to that we have to do differently beside the UOG part right now for the Guard, to kind of reach out to the rest of people or to mainly people in Guam to get the vaccine into their arms. So we're going to try to find different ways to make it more convenient for the people to get the vaccine, because the last 15-20% before you reach 80 is going to be a challenge.
Right. So let me ask then, after we achieve herd immunity, are we still going to have to wear our masks, wash our hands, and watch our distance?
I would. I've been so used already. I mean, the majority of people up to that point, we will wait and get the CDC guideline and see what they do. But a lot of people ease off in the state. A lot of state are dropping the mandatory, face masks in the state, and they seem to be doing okay, with the vaccine on board. So at a certain point, the mandatory face mask will be dropped. But again, a lot of people are so used to wearing them right now for the past year. So I kind of feel kind of weird not wearing them in a crowded place.
Doc, we had a comment here. Can you ask Doc, what about children under 16 receiving the vaccine?
Pfizer have been tested down to 12 years old, and look like they will get the FDA approved and CDC approved on using with children down to 12 years old or younger. So we expect that to be released soon, because I think that the trial and everything else have been done already. So hopefully in the next 2 to 4 weeks or so, that it will be clear to use Pfizer down all the way to 12 years old. So that's what we're looking for. But right now, just 16 and over, you can get Pfizer.
Doc, what about the resumption of the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
Yeah, we're kind of excited to have it coming back. The FDA have been taking a lot of precaution on put a temporary pause to the use of J&J to make sure that they look at every case that happened in the past. But I understand that it has been approved again to resume by both the FDA and CDC. So I'm looking forward for public health to give a green light on the use of J&J again. That's some precaution, especially in women from the age of 18 to 50. They have other options, especially with Moderna and Pfizer rather than J&J. But the complication occur in the women from 18 to 50 with the thrombosis and the blood clots with the low platelet count. Is really very, very, very rare in the male population and the women over 50. So it's safe to use it, but women from 18 to 50, they have an option to use other vaccine rather than J&J.
Are you hearing anything from just patients or the public about any vaccine hesitancy with the Johnson & Johnson vax?
Surprisingly, guys, there's a lot of people who still request for J&J. There's still a lot of people still waiting for J&J to come back. So I think that once we have it clear by public health, it probably be offered to own the location, UOG, and own the pots that we do outside. But yeah, there's a lot of people still asking for it. A lot of people won't get the Moderna, Pfizer, and they just want the J&J. So I think by this week, we should be able to implement the J&J vaccine again on the pots again.
All right, Doc. Anything in closing? Did we cover everything? Because Sabrina's not here, and she's always got the question.
Yes, I mean seriously, you have to know that the cluster from the past 2 weeks and the cluster in August is almost the same, but the rate and positive rate is remarkably different within August and now. I tell you, it's all about the vaccine and how our people react, response to the cluster. So I highly encourage everyone to go out there and get the vaccine as soon as possible. Again, the governor made it very clear that she wanted to make it more accessible to a lot of people. So you will probably see a lot of outreach in the community to bring the shot out to the community. So Again, wash your hand, wear your mask, social distance for now until we can reach the herd immunity for now. And we're looking forward to open our island a lot more once we get to 50% and then the 80% mark. And just be safe and respect each other. That's all we ask for. Okay?
Got it. Thank you, Doc. And then
You're welcome.
Today, I noticed because I drove by yesterday, you guys had your mobile testing van outside. Are you doing testing today at the clinic?
Yes, we're still testing people that have the exposure to the Sabaki Towers, the A-Lounge, the basketball game. So we still, try to test people that want to come by. It doesn't cost them anything. It's just the same thing as a public health. And we try to do throughout this week. Like I said, we have one more week left. So we continue to do the testing for the people that have close contact. And so hopefully, so far, we all have negative. So it's good.
Right on. Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
You
Be
too.
safe.
Appreciate it. There you go, Dr. Ho Wen. Very real possibility that the next time we talk to him, we will have reached the unicorn, the path to half. Then the other unicorn is a herd immunity, but that's a story for another time. Because what everyone says is like we're path to half, easy money, right? Everyone just wants to get vaccinated. But after that, to get to 80%, that's where you're probably gonna. I don't know though, man. People in Guam, they can surprise you. They definitely can surprise you. So go out there, get that vax if you're into that kind of thing. All right. There is, I believe. Yeah, there is. Free COVID-19 vaccinations. Total Examo free, guys. Come on. You got Pfizer, Moderna. Pfizer and Moderna doses 2 going on a course today until Saturday. And remember, it's like going to reggae in the park back in the day. You got to get your tickets on Eventbrite. Okay? Isn't that cool? Wonder if that's why it's like you make it like VIP, right? I got to get my ticket to get my vaccine. Speaking of tickets, guys, first of all, I want to say good morning to my son Chase, he hacked his Nana's Facebook and commented, "Hi, Dad, this is Chase. Hi, boy." He's making points. My kids, we go by a point system. So whoever is boy, you have to achieve a certain amount of points with Dad, and then you get the boy status. Even my little girl gets boy status, Callie Joseph. What was I saying, Joe? Path to half, right? Vaccines, yeah. So, speaking of tickets, that's what I was saying. Thank you. Yeah, we are giving away some tickets here with Tango Theaters, our good friends. They're releasing a new horror movie. Ooh. It's called Separation.
I'm in.
Okay, and we're giving away tickets. We're giving away 3 pairs of tickets that you can use from Friday. This week is when the movie debuts to next week, Thursday. So keep listening here on the link. I'm going to take a quick break, and we're coming back. I have to fix myself because we're coming back on KUAM. This darn cowlick, Joe. I don't know how to do. We're coming back on KUAM TV, and hopefully my hair will look better then, okay? Until then, we're KUAM FM, Agatni Guam. This is the Breeze and the Link. Good morning.
It's Dirty
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam.
That's the way you want to start your day.
Hey, man.
That's the way you want to come into work.
Let's go. Good morning, KUAM TV.
People haven't even gone around the water cooler yet. You already got them hyped up for the day.
Let's go. Good morning again, KUAM TV. This is The Link, Tuesday, April 27th episode of the show. And it's all proudly brought to you by East West Rental. Carrier for all my Aircon babies. This is an Aircon baby day. Okay, I know yesterday Aircon was keeping it cool even though it was cool outside. And people were, man, my people are so... It's just cute when it's a rainy day and you want to leave the aircon on and then you're going around in like socks and a sweater and you're bundling up.
I wouldn't do that today if I were you.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Unless you're trying to drop weight or something, you know, sweat out some stuff. Yeah, it's a hot one though. Thank you, Carrier 647 Cool. Also, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where you can get the triple Jack. Remember, you make it a quad, make it a fatty, just $1 more. That's good stuff. Thank you, Jack in the Box. 8:02. Here's what's coming up on the show. Mental Health Awareness Month is very, very close, just a few days away. So we're getting Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center Director Teresa Ariola on. We're going to just be getting a bunch of mental health professionals throughout the month of May as part of the outreach that Jibwick is doing with the public. And then around 8:50-ish, I know there's session at 10. We're getting Senator Sabina Perez. She is the environment oversight, as there was a resolution that I didn't think was going to be as controversial as it ended up being. Because
oh, boy.
It was basically, do you support clean water? And it kind of snowballed and turned into this debate where the Republicans opposed the resolution because, well, from what Senator Joanne Brown had said, she felt there was anti-military sentiment.
Herself a former EPA director.
And, so we're going to get Senator Sabina on and find out. I mean, I heard, though, that it was close with the votes anyway. And this resolution, it's not really unlike other resolutions. They did one last term, or it could have been the one before, but I know that there was at least one or two resolutions that have come out relative to what was going on with the military buildup that were like passed unanimously. So it's interesting to me to see the de-evolution of that support. And so we'll go on with Senator Sabina, find out what she thinks of this, what the dialogue, what she anticipates it'll be like, as it's been moved, I believe, to the third reading file for voting later, and what she's going to be doing behind the scenes to kind of maybe secure the votes or quell or ease any of the dissenting viewpoints that came out very loudly in the session yesterday. Also, Major Anton Uggan, Department of Corrections, coming back on for an update. Surprisingly, guys, because we made a lot of noise about it, but the Department of Corrections, they're still in like PCOR 1 mode because they're not confining, for the most part, nonviolent offenders. So if somebody, again, steals your car, breaks in your house, steals your stuff, they're going to get booked and released. And that's terrible. And so I messaged Major Anton the other day. I said, hey, did you guys change your policy? Because it's the director's policy, but the director won't come on and address it. So he's sending in Major Anton to poor Major Anton. And, it's not his policy. I mean, really, I just don't get it. I don't get it why we're at PCOR 12 right now. You can do anything. And there's government agencies, or at least one, acting like they can't do anything because of COVID. I mean, we've all learned to live with it. And we are talking about people who are definitely making a negative impact on the public. To me, it's just, what the heck? But substitute heck with. Anyway. So Major Anton Uggan coming up.
A certain word that begins with a letter between E and G.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Thanks for narrowing it down for us. 8:06, that's what's coming up on the show. Also, we're going to play a little snippet here of Nestor talking with a Philippine scholar about why the country is having another COVID surge. As I know, everybody out there is getting the itchy feet to go travel. We played a national story about it yesterday. But people want to go and take trips, and I know a lot of people have been trying to go to the Philippines. So this will give you a little more insight on why maybe you don't want to go. Okay, it's 8:06. Let's go ahead and get into the news for Sabrina Salas-Matanani with the very latest right here on the link. Jason Salas. Good morning, Jason.
All right, thanks, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for watching us right here on KUM TV 8 and sticking with us on Facebook Live. As you saw earlier this morning, the big news today is from the highest court in the land. The United States Supreme Court gave audience to Guam's quest and the legal issue that has been brought forth in them. The hearing was held on C-SPAN today, and we have a little excerpt of Guam bringing the argument to the U.S. Supreme Court.
The bottom line is that the United States wants to have its cake and eat it too. It sued Guam. The bottom line is that the United States wants to have its cake and eat it too. It sued Guam under the Clean Water Act in order to insulate itself from liability for its own role at the Ordat dump, allegations that must be accepted as true, and now it wants to block Guam's actions to recover a portion of its cleanup costs by saying that the parties' settlement of the Clean Water Act claim somehow barred a CERCLA contribution claim. There's no basis in CERCLA, the common law of contribution, or anything else the government relied upon in its brief or today at oral argument to allow the United States to get away with that ploy here. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is...
All right, so once again, thanks to C-SPAN for that quick soundbite. There's much more where that came from, so if you'd like to find out more, check out cspan.org. Once again, as the U.S. Supreme Court heard Guam's legal plea over the Clean Water Act. And now for more news, let's go to the newsroom where Tyler Matanani is standing by with your morning link update.
One instant half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on the link. A son of Guam shot by police in Texas, and his family here at home want answers and are calling for justice.
They said it was 6 to 8 gunshots from behind.
It was on April 10th, 31-year-old rescuee Ram was fatally shot by San Marcos, Texas police. He was a 2009 graduate of Simon Sanchez High School. 11 years ago, he moved to Texas to pursue a career in nursing. More than 2 weeks since his death, his sister, Makenda E. Ram, still waits for answers from the San Marcos Police Department.
When I found out about the news, I read it on Facebook, and it said that he was charging them with a knife in his hand slashing motion. I believed at the time I read the news that it's not him. That's not my brother, because he wouldn't fight any police officials.
According to local news reports in Texas, Iram was crossing I-35 on foot when he allegedly charged the officers with a weapon.
Also, witnesses from the highway, they said that his hands were in the air like he was surrendering. But then they shot him.
Based on a press release, KSAT News reports officers attempted to detain Iram and that he was allegedly threatening officers with a knife, and then police began shooting. 3 separate investigations were launched by public safety and police department officials, and 2 officers have been placed on administrative leave.
I'm also angry about this because why would they put them on leave? They should be in prison. They should pay for this, and we're looking and we're seeking for justice.
She believes her brother is a victim of police brutality and is demanding that the body cam footage and names of the officers be released.
They use weapons. They use weapons because of his color. They killed him because of his color. I know that for sure because he was a great man. And right now, he would have been alive doing more great things. They need to pay for what they did because they shattered hearts everywhere. A lot of people love my brother.
Makenda says all that knew her older brother knew how caring and kind he truly was.
It's just unbelievable. And I don't believe my brother would ever do such a thing. Because growing up, he raised me. He raised all of us, me and my siblings. He helped my mom and dad raise each and every one of us. And he would always tell us to be kind to others. He would show us kindness too.
Rescue is remembered by his father and 4 siblings. According to Makenda, their mother passed away last year. Rescue was unable to come home for the funeral because of a separate case from 2019 involving a traffic citation. If you would like to help the Iram family in bringing Rescue home, you can visit their GoFundMe page.
A resolution to commemorate World Water Day drew lengthy debate during legislative session Monday, but the impassioned speeches were directed more at certain language in the measure, opposing the controversial firing ranges at Andersen Air Force Base. Nestor Lecanto has more.
The resolution by Senator Sabina Perez includes clauses critical of the live fire training ranges being built at Northwest Field. It links them to potential contamination of the island's main water source, the Northern Lens Aquifer. It further calls on United Nations special representatives to come to Guam and report back on the impact of the military buildup. Supporters applauded the insertion of the highly charged language, while detractors said the issues raised belong in a separate, standalone resolution.
We've been at this for many terms. You know, our people know the details of this project. But I liken it to, say, it's hard to say, like abuse, right? Abuse can happen many, many times. But once somebody sees from the outside that something of harm is happening, then there's a greater likelihood of it stopping.
As I read the resolution where I had concerns, as we went from talking about the importance of safe drinking water to what is becoming an interpretation of almost an anti-military resolution. If that was the agenda, then call it what it is, and then we can debate that issue.
This basically almost infers that all of that activity happens on the base. That it happens on a military facility. That it's going to happen on the live firing range. When in fact, a lot of that activity also happens in the community on the other side of the fence. And what are we doing to address that?
I just refuse to have the record show that we said nothing. And that we said it's okay, it's not okay. And the reason why, despite all their promises of taking care of these areas and that we are going to plant a forest somewhere else to take care of the ones that we have destroyed over the aquifer, it leaves our future generations with a bigger threat, with potentially less resources. And I feel like that is all of our duty here, is to protect these resources for them.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Hafaday, Zantiro, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Casino Commission Board has established a final order to Imperial Pacific International.
The casino annual exclusive license fee of $15.5 million, CCC is ordering IPI that those payments must be made immediately. And also the casino regulatory fee fund, the license for the machines, the tables, and the $3.1 million must be paid immediately.
CCC Board Chairman Edward Dillon Guerrero states they will be suspending the license indefinitely until IPI complies with those orders. IPI has been accused of a catalog of violations and has failed to comply with the Commission's orders over the past 5 years. CCC upheld their regulatory responsibility and served 5 enforcement complaints to IPI. Casino officials received the complaints and requested an evidentiary hearing for each one. And from the hearings, both the Commission and the casino reached a stipulation.
I gave CCC Director and I gave IPI Legal Counsel an opportunity to draft the order based on those 5 complaints.
CCC then went through the process, held deliberations, and finally have decided on the remedies for the penalties.
So CCC is penalizing IPI $6.6 million for all the violations noted in the 5 enforcement actions.
This will be in effect after 10 days of submission to the Commonwealth Register, which will be May 10.
And they must pay this to immediately and not to exceed 6 months. If they don't do it in 6 months, I would expect that probably CCC would file another complaint, and most likely they will be seeking revocation of the license.
Dillon Guerrero stressed it was a long and tedious process, but through the license agreement, IPI is titled to be heard by the Commission. And because IPI did not contest the complaints, the sanctions are a lot less. But Chairman Dillon Guerrero still has concerns. The gaming industry provides for specific deliverables, which is to build 2,000 brand new 5-star quality hotel rooms and invest a minimum of $2 billion.
And then the Lottery Commission executed the license agreement. And in those agreements, they have specific deliverables too. And they went from initial gaming facility, which is supposed to be like a training facility, and phase 1 and phase 2 of the operation to complete the 2,000 rooms and the $2 billion investment. We're concerned because this is only the initial gaming that they cannot complete.
According to Dillon Guerrero, there doesn't seem to be any conversations on what will happen to phase 1 and 2, since they never submitted a proposal for the Can Pacific property.
Which now leads me to believe that if anyone were to amend the casino license agreement, you would have to consider the phase 1 and phase 2, which was worded into the casino license agreement. There are dates there. And I understand that the governor has the responsibility to enforce the terms and conditions of the casino license agreement. The CCC has the mandates when it involves gaming, but a significant part of that agreement is non-gaming, and that's construction of hotel, construction of water parks, construction and operation of entertainment facilities, convention centers, and so forth. CCC is not involved in those.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemes.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
8 new coronavirus cases were confirmed out of 581 tests performed from Friday through Sunday. Guam's CAR score has subsequently dipped from yesterday's 1.0 to 0.7 today. Public Health has resumed use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine following CDC and FDA recommendations. That vaccine will be available for eligible Guam residents later this week. Speaking of vaccination and testing, Public Health conducted a test of 128 COVID tests from the Subaki Tower after a cluster of coronavirus cases were discovered there last week. Public Health expects those results to be available sometime mid-part of this week. And another round of testing will be held for patrons, staff, guests, and management of the Subaki Tower at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tijen. Again, this is only for those who patronize either the Class A Lounge or Subaki Tower on April 7th or thereafter, as well as those who may have visited from April 14th or 18th. So if you are one of those people, please come forward and do get tested. Now, if you do need your vaccination shot, make sure to go to KUAM.com/vaccination and book your appointment. To get your shot today through Saturday at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Minilao, vaccinations are being administered from 11 in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon. Well, we are getting an inside look in national news at a new pilot program to give Americans the chance to test themselves for the coronavirus at home. Now, the goal of this measure, as CBS reports, is how easy access to COVID tests might affect the spread of the virus. Here's more.
Welcome to Pitt County, North Carolina. Population about 180,000. This is one of 2 sites chosen to be part of a new federal program to bring COVID testing into people's homes, starting at places like this.
This is a happy day.
Holly Hill Free Will Baptist Church, where after the services, parishioners were asked to say yes to the test.
Thank you. There are 25 tests in this kit.
Eve Angel Savage is part of that outreach effort, managing the distribution of testing kits across 10 municipalities.
So by reaching out to our churches, we have a greater reach for the citizenry in our county.
And here's your box here. Okay, thank you very much.
That outreach includes pastors like Manuel Medina from Greenville's Grace Family Fellowship. Pastor Medina has firsthand experience with COVID. Over the summer, it put him in the ICU. It also killed his mother-in-law, Julia Medina.
I understand what COVID is and how good these kids will be for the families to avoid that.
Nancy Hooks, who is a resident of Pitt County, showed us how it works. Each kit has 25 tests to be taken 3 times a week. Users swab their nose, place the swab inside the tube filled with a special solution, then remove the swab and put a test strip into the tube. 10 minutes later, the strip confirms a positive or negative antigen test.
3 times a week testing with this kind of technology is just as good as the gold standard PCR.
Dr. Francis Collins is the director of the National Institutes of Health. He says the goal of the program is to see if home testing affects people's behaviors and slows transmission by comparing rates of transmission in Pitt County to similar communities that don't have those kits.
Is it a little late in the pandemic to be doing this?
The technology to be able to do testing at home has really just gotten invented. And let's be clear, we're not over the risks of this pandemic. We still have 40 or 50,000 people a day testing positive.
And with just about 20% of Pitt County vaccinated at this point, there is still a long way to go before everyone is protected. So as of today, program managers say they've handed out more than 15,000 test kits so far. David Begnaud, CBS News, New York.
Well, back here at home to wrap up Earth Month all week long, we here at KUM will feature people in our community that are doing their part to live sustainably. And now Joan Nogan-Charfers has more about a group on island that is committed to making our home beautiful.
Sustainability Matters is brought to you by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Love Guam was founded almost 2 years ago by Hyun Lee. What prompted the formation of the group?
Love Guam started just very easy. When I went jungle, buying photo trash, I said, small trash bag, pick up, and I just talked to about all my friends. The friends say, we're doing, and we just starting. That's our first reason.
Love Guam is a volunteer-based organization that holds an island cleanup project every month. The goal of the group is to promote the idea that everybody can make a difference in keeping the island beautiful. For group volunteers Terry Taylor and Jen Carr, it was a cause they were happy to get on board with.
My wife and I moved here several years back, and we had a group in Wisconsin and another one in the Dominican, and we came here, we were trying to recreate that. But what we saw was we were recreating the wheel because she already had an organization in place and getting literally dozens of volunteers to go out and do these cleanups. And then I sat down and talked to her, and she was talking about how she had this multi-phase approach about not only doing the cleanups, but then getting into the education and getting into the communities and getting them to not just stop the litter, pick up the litter, but to stop the litter. I thought, wow, that's a great organization to pair up with. And then instead of pairing up with, she had gotten so much done, I just kind of came in and said, let us work with you.
It's just a great opportunity, being here originally as a contractor, but living here now, and just giving back what the island gives us.
According to Lee, who is also the owner of Fusion Tavern, Love Guam has held numerous cleanups at places all over the island, from Chelon Ramirez and Jigo to areas notorious for illegal dumping. These areas are suggested by friends and members of the community who are frustrated by these eyesores. Most recently, about 50 volunteers came out and picked up trash at a popular spot on the island.
Last week we went to the Marble Cave. We literally said, too dirty. That's why I'm studying the Love Guam. I want beautiful island.
Lee is asking for the community's help. Love Guam will be heading to the Zero Down Gilbaza subdivision in Jigo on Saturday, May 15th to conduct a cleanup. The event is set to begin at 10 a.m. If you would like more information or you would like to volunteer, you can find Love Guam's page on Facebook.
This is not only our job, not mayor's job, not governor's job. There's your job. Please pick up only 1, 2, 3. 3 trash one day, and we can get the more better.
Sustainability Matters is brought to you by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
And now let's get you up to speed with what is going on here at home in Guam's native tongue. Here's Kin Concepcion with your Chamorro news update.
Buenas tardes, este asunto que finit sa morgen ni KUAM News para Martes, 27 de abril 2021. Makondukto ni Public Health 128 na test COVID-19 gisubaki tower na masoda grupon este na tednod guihi gimaapos na semana. Public Health Public Information Officer si Janela Carrera asangan na bentis ta gupa para gupan diyan ufalang no si resulto na siya na test. Bago na dia sa forma continue test siya, talo para di customer siya guihi, imanyasaga, ihorlanero siya dyan umiluluy dyan na hotel, gihagas carnival na lugar, gita Tizan Bargada. Gimas para kung todo adi siya ay manhano para di Class A Lounge, gidya siya tiga breed, dan después adi man matuguhin na salon, disti 14 esta dia 18 giya breed. A report sa Carrera Loque na después si meeting gi Isabelo Food and Drug Administration dyan ni Centers for Disease Control sa marekomenda na makontinua isla muna sa bitalo adi amod binakuna gin ni Johnson & Johnson na kompanya. Para matutuon matsogi talo esti biyaya na binakuna gi mamayla na Sabalo. Gimas sa sunto, the Superior Court of Guam ay defendant bineno si Clint Kasem sa naamanyo di reson niya pero manaalat sa mahungog ikausan niya. Tapodadzo manaritiraw tempo ni Debido Matrayo. Maresta si Kasem gi Oktubre gimapos na sakan. Pugay zo na Schedule 2 na controlled substance ni muna 3 grado na felony. Ano marikonosi karitanya ni polisiya gi Kantonsalan Bargada. Ano gidokumento ni Kote na masoda ni polisiya masuspepesa na meth na bineno. Zat miti si Kasem na mamahan gi grama na ice ginuntaw to gi za dededo gif yun na GNCS Smart. Numasangan gikot ti ginigap, guahalo ki kausanya federal, nofafana ko lang pareho na nasaki, za debido matusferi guati ki federal na autoridad. Sa puli sensitibo at ti kausanya, pero managwahan na di further proceedings hearing, gidya 22 ki Hunyo. Yoto na asunto, gidya 22 ki Abril sa iyuto muna dia para adi siya oficial gobernamento, debido masubmitted sa na financial disclosure statements guati ki Guam Election Commission. Logi 400 na opisyal, 102 sa timasubmiti statemento niya. Iguam Election Commission na direktor si Maria Pangalina nasangan na member ni board ni commission siya gi gobernamentong Guam sa debido masubmiti sa na conflict of interest statements. Kumutad sa konflikta, pesadza para matsogi sa mafid mo ang plego na statemento to masangan na taza konflikta. Ang munaza na zoom masubmiti da siyempre mo o sige ilay duputsi. Zaman select niya si Panglina na tisan megay di 102 na numero, tori report siya, dan nilista ni member siya sa manmanay Guam Ethics Commission. Man mabiso siya si member ni board ni commission no masubmiti statement niya ang sigidas. Yuto mo, ang National Weather Service ba bibisi publiko na inapunta sigin na di malofan na manglusurigay sa siyempre analaan ako ipiniligo gi itasi di man mamela siya na dia. I-high surf advisory sa efektibo para Marianas Stylisais Egan Merkulis. Inapo sa sinya 8 hulog 12 pe na tinatkilo. Sa peligro na kurintinhanom sa Manananga. Piyot gi repetisyon gi Sanlisan sa Nisan Lago na banda ni Isla. Para KUAM News, si Kin Concepcion.
All right, and we are going to take a break, but please stay tuned because we've got a lot more coming up on the link right here on KUAM.
Hey, GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
right, you're with us on a Tuesday morning on The Link. We hope you and yours are being safe. And in very short order, we will undertake a very serious topic here on our island where we raise awareness and do a lot of things in our community to promote mental well-being. And Teresa Arreola is the director of the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. And Teresa, Hafaday, and good morning to you. Always good to see you.
Buenas, mananas y todos. Thank you very much, Chris and Jason, for having Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center again on your show. And good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is safe and sound.
Yeah, absolutely.
This Tuesday morning.
You know, Teresa, so much has been said, has been written, not just in the last year because of the pandemic, but mental health is such a issue that is so present in society now. Because, you know, a few years ago, people said, it was made public that, you know, a lot of people, whether they know it or not, may actually have mental health issues. You know, people are, whether they're conscious of it or not, may be going through depression. People may begin to exhibit symptoms that you might be bipolar, and, you know, like it really spans the gamut and everything like that. But we will actually undertake all this, as I said, in May, really letting the community know that mental health is a very serious topic, and that organizations like yours are here to help, to provide resources, and to reach out.
That's correct. May, you know, it's the end of April, and, you know, we just want to let the people of Guam know that May is Mental Health Month, and your department, the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, has an array of activities to highlight the importance of taking care of your mental health. And so we're very excited. I can tell you that we had lots of, we wanted to do a lot more in 2020, but for obvious reasons, the pandemic hit. We were just in the first quarter of the pandemic last year when May rolled around. And so there was not much activity and planning to be done for Mental Health Month. There was a little bit, but not too much, and definitely very, very virtual. But so I think it's given us a lot of energy for this year. And so we have a full list of activities for the month of May being planned out. And so, and it starts off always with the kickoff of the recognition by our governor and lieutenant governor on Monday being May 3rd. And that is the proclamation signing declaring May as Mental Health Month. And that's at 1:30, and that's on Zoom. You can access it through the governor's Facebook page. I believe it will be accessed through other means that we will be putting out on a press release. But definitely Monday, May 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon, our governor and lieutenant governor will officially declare May as Mental Health Month. And so we invite all our partners, our family and friends, everyone in the island that that supports us, that supports somebody who's being seen at the department in one form or fashion, to please join us at 1:30 at that proclamation signing, that virtual proclamation signing.
Well,
over Zoom.
we will be there too, because, you know, you've always been a friend of the show here, and, you know, your staff have always gone above and beyond. And I mean, it really is a profession that, you know, if you can prove to someone that if you want to work at the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, basically I would say the one big skill set you have to have is compassion and caring, and just an unwavering ability to say, you know, like, I'm going to help those people that are charged with my care, because I mean, it's not just an 8 to 5 job, to be sure.
And I appreciate that, Jason, and absolutely. And it's a perfect segue to a big shout out to my employees at the Guam Behavioral Health, the professionals, the clinicians, my 200 plus employees at Guam Behavioral Health, who has been working day in and day out since the pandemic. We've been considered an essential agency, just like public health and GMH. And so we have not shut down. And through the changes and the challenges of how to go virtual and how to ensure safety and distance, my staff has been exceptional. And I can't thank them enough for just being there for the people of Guam through this pandemic. And so a big shout out to my Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center employees. They deserve much more than I can provide for them, but they're the professionals that, as you stated, has the compassion and care. And it's very evident, Jason, because I have a very, very low threshold turnaround of employment. People who get into this field is in the field because they love the field.
Mhm.
They want to help people.
They're not just going there so they can claim GovGuam retirement
It is
in X
not
number
a
of years. I
job.
mean, you do it because it's a
Right.
calling.
It's the calling, it's the passion, it's the understanding of the mission. It's they really want to help people. And so what a blessing for me to be to lead this wonderful staff of leaders of themselves. They themselves are leaders and they change lives. They're change agents.
Well,
Every day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask if you could kind of like maybe quantify it if you can. Like, when the pandemic first started out, we here at KUM, we talked to child psychiatrists, psychologists, people in the behavioral sciences about what might be expected. And, none of us knew what was going to happen from one day to the next. But, people in that line of work were saying, it is going to be a big mental strain. There is going to be mental as well as physical exhaustion. I know when we were talking to you, you were very, very concerned about the suicide rate. Just people having, onset bouts of depression and everything like that. In terms of like the caseload and like requests, and you put out the helpline that you guys have always maintained. How much more in terms of a volume of work did you have to take up last year for mental health?
Since the pandemic hit, since the pandemic hit, I can honestly say the volume of work has tripled. Not doubled, tripled. And so that has, again, with the wonderful staff and, COVID brought a lot of challenges to our island on how we approach things and how we think of things. And one of the things that it has brought to play is this whole Zoom room virtual reality. I mean, this whole Zoom approach. And it's one of the things that after the pandemic, whenever this goes away, whether it's this year, the end of this year or next year, whatever, virtual, Zoom, telecounseling, telework will continue. It's one of the blessings that push the agency into the technology age. A lot of things in the GovGuam departments through the years have been invested in manpower, but always going into getting the department into the 21st century, into technology has been a slow moving process. One thing that COVID has done, it has forced us to move quickly, light speed ahead in technology use. And so that in itself is a blessing. And so even if COVID goes away and we get to some normalcy, the option of using telework and Zoom for counseling, for sessions, for meetings will still be there. And so that's the one thing I'm very grateful for. It's the one thing that saved us. We immediately, knowing that social distance, remember the shutdown, the early days, March, April, May of last year, that was the critical. But we couldn't shut down because people were literally freaking out because it changed their whole perspective on how to approach life. How do they do things without seeing people face to face? And so immediately our mode of transition was purchase professional Zoom, which is all the bells and whistles and approved by our federal partner, SAMHSA, and get people to be seen through telecounseling. So as I mentioned, we did not shut down. We continued to immediately after March of last year, when the governor declared the need to stay home, we immediately started calling our current client listing, checking on them, making sure they're okay, and if need be, making sure that they know that telecounseling is here for them.
And
as
speaking
you know,
of that, Teresa, one statistic that really sticks out to me, I remember last year when we talked to yourself and your staff, was I believe you said the community helpline under normal circumstances was maybe used once a day, like on average, but
once a day, like 25 to 30 calls a month.
Yeah.
And at the height, it went to 550. So you can imagine,
which is staggering.
It's almost an impossible, but again, thanks to the very flexible work staff I have, we just move people around. We put more people on the crisis call. We added more numbers that will be linked to the crisis number, which by the way is 647-8833. That always needs to be promoted.
And we
still
do.
Up and running 24/7. So the crisis hotline was a major portal for us.
Well, may I ask?
Right.
May I ask, Teresa, like from a standpoint of leadership, and from your vantage point, it's a very popular saying when we talk about like law enforcement, right? When it comes to policing the police and who does that. With your agency, how do you make sure that your caseworkers, the people who man the phone lines, the people who do the telecounseling, as you said, how do you make sure that the team stays motivated, stays focused, and stays true to the mission, without burning out, or because, and as we've said, this is the kind of material you're taking that it's not really easy to step away from at the end of the day.
Right. So thank you for asking, because self-care is really important. And as the people of Guam was able to retreat to their homes and kind of like regroup and hug their kids, at least in their home, my staff still attend, like many, like the first responders, like GMH public health staff, they still needed to come to work. Unlike other departments that had the ability to stay home and bunker down and kind of wrap their head around, how do I approach this? We needed to do it in a heartbeat. And so remember, our staff are just as scared. We didn't know more than the public knew about COVID, but they still got up and they still went to work and they still chimed in. And so self-care is really important. We really made sure, one of the things that in talking to my management team about in the early days is make sure we're very sensitive to the needs of the employees. We also we're here to serve the people of Guam, of course, and the consumers that we serve, but we also needed to be very in tune with what's happening in our own staff's family lives. If after working so long and they needed to take off or needed a break, we needed to be accommodating. There was no such thing as nobody take leave, we just needed to be very accommodating, very compassionate, very there for my staff. And so between that and ensuring that information is everything, right? So at the early days when everyone was scared, and again, my staff are humans too, and they have kids that they were worried about and family members. I made sure that everything that came down my level, which, was directly from the governor and the lieutenant governor, was passed on to my management, was passed on to who then passed it on to their staff. And so information sharing was key, making sure they knew the most up-to-date information, reassuring them that what we're doing, the masking, the distancing, the hand washing, the hand sanitation, providing them all the PPEs that they needed was there. That reassured them. And training lots of training, telework training. A lot of people never done telecounseling over Zoom. So there was a great rush to make sure that telecounseling training was provided. That was provided. So between training, listening to your staff and their feelings, allowing them to take a day off if they needed to, because remember, as long as they're okay, then they will perform their job at the best of their ability. If they burn out, I'm in trouble. I'd rather give them a day or two out, to rest, to regroup, than to have them out for a week or two.
And as long as I've known you, Therese, I mean, as a leader, you've always expected and demanded a lot from those who are under your supervision. But at the same time, you're very, very fair. And like you said, we literally were all in this together. And most of us that had the information, we still didn't know what was going to go on from one day to the next. So the best thing you can do is just say, if you have issues at home, or you're just you feel like you're burning out and everything, come talk to the boss. But we're all human beings.
Absolutely. And that's the one thing that I wanted to impart, that my staff, yes, the expectation is great. And yeah, you hit it on the nail. I expect great things, but I'm also a very compassionate leader. But that's just naturally me, but it also helps that I have compassionate leaders that I answer to. And people might say, oh, Therese, it's because you work for them. But honestly, Governor Liu and Lieutenant Governor Josh, they were the greatest role models and support, because they too turned around and told the cabinet the same thing. I expect great things, magnanimous things from this administration, but not at the expense of your health and not at the expense of your family. So take care of your families first and make sure that you're in tune with what's going on in your body and in your home, and only then can you become effective leaders in your department. And pass that same compassion on to the staff. So, a big shout out to my bosses, our governor, lieutenant governor, who are great role models of compassionate leaders and strong leaders.
Yeah, Therese, I do want to comment that, as we get into May and we celebrate mental health awareness, I mean, it's so much of your agency is doing, outreach within reason, given that, we've still got restrictions in the community on what we can and can't do. And you guys are undertaking so many different activities, like you said, but at the same time, it's also a chance for us, the community, to say thank you and NC Duos Masi and congratulate and celebrate you and your staff for what you're doing. So how can we, as citizens, be able to participate in these activities and have our chance to thank you guys for the work that you've done?
I appreciate that. As I mentioned earlier, this May 2021 I think we got so excited because 2020 was kind of limited. So we have a full array of activities and a lot of new ones. And so if I could just mention some of them again, sure. We invite the people of Guam to Monday. It's the kickoff. It's fitting. It's Monday. It's the beginning of the week. It's the first workday of May. At 1:30, our governor and lieutenant governor will be proclaiming May as Mental Health Month, and that everybody can catch that on the regular Governor Liu Leon Guerrero's Facebook page that she normally puts press releases, press conference on, and those kinds of public forums. And so that's 1:30 Monday. So we hope that everyone can join us virtually. That is the proclamation signing by our governor and lieutenant governor. Mm-hmm. On May 5th, we start a art competition call out. And this is for anyone up to the age of 18 and in any medium, whether it's crayon, watercolor, markers, they would have to put their name, their age, and their grade at school. And they should submit it to Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center by May 14th at 5 p.m. There'll be a panel of judges, and they will be displayed at our mental health fair that will be planned later on in the month, which is, if I'm not mistaken, on May 15th. So the artwork will be displayed, and of course there'll be a competition, and prizes of will be provided to the winners.
I love that.
So that's something new. That's an art competition. And so we look forward to a lot of our school age kids that can express themselves through the arts and to take full advantage of that. And we encourage our families to encourage your children to express themselves through the arts. And then moving on May 7th, another very exciting, very new event is children's because May 7th is specifically Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. It is our Kite Festival, and that's taking place at Adelup Grounds starting at 3:00 in the afternoon on May 7th. And it's a green kite festival. You come, you fly a kite, social distance. We've invited food trucks.
Oh, we are going to be there for that.
Event. Pardon?
We are going to be there for that for sure, Therese.
Yes. Support the food truck industry.
Yes.
Come down as a family. There's enough space to social distance and fly a kite and, enjoy the beautiful island that we have today.
We'll tell you what, Therese. If we can, let's go ahead and end there because I want to make sure that we can adequately cover everything that your agency has coming up in May.
Yeah.
And certainly the child mental health aspect is something that we want to really emphasize, at least for week 1. So we'll certainly have you on again to cover that. And I would say, under normal circumstances, Therese, I would say, Biba Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, because this is your time to shine. But if we've learned anything from the past year, you guys have done that above and beyond, and you guys have been a beacon of light in our community for so many. So it's our chance to say thank you to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
One of the things, if I could just quickly run down, May 15th is the Guam Behavioral Health Fair at Agana Shopping Center. Look out for that. May 22 is our virtual 2K, 5K. You have a week to get your exercise in. Lots of prizes for those who, or giveaways, mental health giveaways for those who register. Ribbon cutting ceremony, 3.7 detox unit. You've been hearing me talk about that. We've held off on the detox unit for a ribbon cutting in May because it's fitting. And last but not least, we have May 29th, the Wellness Light Festival, again at Adelup, and it's the opportunity to showcase mental health film related and just a time for families to get down to get together in a safe space out in the open. Again, food trucks were invited, and so you're able to see some films, short films. Again, May 12th is the lunch hour with Peace, our prevention office at 12 noon, and that's very exciting. Our theme this year, I forgot to mention, is Seeing Through Stigma. Seeing Through Stigma, and it's really something that's so appropriate through all that we've gone through as a community, because even though Guam Behavioral Health has tripled the amount of volume of work that we've had since prior to the pandemic, it's okay because that's what we're here for, is to serve the people of Guam. But really, I am so happy that many people have seen the need to just drop the stigma and get the help they needed. And that was very evident in the amount of volume and calls that we received from the crisis hotline. So seeing through the stigma is something to be proud of. We go to the doctors when we have colds, when we have a broken arm, a broken leg, or we need surgery. Mental health is just as important. If you don't have your mental health taken care of, we can't approach life. And life is beautiful when everything is balanced.
We'll tell you what, Therese, we got to let you go because we have another interview on tap.
But guys, just heads up, every Tuesday for the month of May, we're going to have Jib Wick on to talk about different aspects of Mental Health Awareness Month. So there's a bunch of stuff you touched on, Therese, that I'd really like to deep dive into more, for the next few Tuesdays. So we definitely appreciate your time. Proc signing is Monday, and then Tuesday's 8:30 for the month of May. You can tune in here on the link. Appreciate it,
Thank
Therese.
you so much.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you,
take
Therese.
care, Guam.
Yeah.
Be healthy.
Esther.
Stay positive. Test negative.
There you go.
That's
I like
right.
that. Sounds like a T-shirt.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Take care. Have a wonderful day.
There you go, Therese Ariola, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Again, every Tuesday in May, 8:30, we'll be going in with Jibwick and talking about different mental health awareness issues, from children's mental health to, there was something I want to talk about maybe on any given Tuesday coming up in the month of May, was what she talked about with her staff approaching her about, just mental health issues they might have, and maybe expand on that in the private sector. How many of us in the private sector have had those moments where you're just like, oh God, I can't believe this is happening?
Well, everything that I know, people have asked me, and I've had people in the mental health field come up to me and say, if you and Chris and Sabrina and Joser ever need someone to talk to, because they were actually worried that we were going to have some sort of PSD, because we're getting, all these stories over a 4-hour period every single day.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Which I thought was very, very generous. And that's, and again, I mean, counseling and therapy is very helpful.
Yeah. And how do you have that conversation with your bosses in the private sector? I'd love to talk with Jivik about that, right? Because the stigma still up to this day in 2021 is, I mean, we could take a sick day, right? I mean, obviously in this COVID pandemic, if you're sick, stay home. What about if you're feeling ill mentally?
Fortunately, I will say our company is.
I mean, hey boss, I need a mental health day.
We have had those though.
Yeah.
I was getting, at our company, we have had, and I'm not going to name names, of course, but we have had a couple staffers over the years who have said they have suffered from clinical depression. And when they just weren't, feeling it and everything like that, everybody was super supportive.
Of course,
And they said, if you need
and
to
that's
take
one
a day.
thing on the clinical side, Jay, because obviously that's something that's diagnosed in a clinical setting.
Yes, ma'am.
But there's so many intangibles going into play with this pandemic and how it's affected so many of us that's something I want to talk about. It's 9:01. Let's go to the Zoom room because I know we're going into session at 10. Well, not us, but they are. Senator Sabina Perez on. She's the environment chair. It's actually a bunch of different committees: rev and tax, labor, procurement, environment. Did I get them all, Senator?
BSP, Bureau of Statistics and Plans.
There you go. BSP. So, wow, how about that session yesterday discussing this resolution? What I really kind of thought was going to be like a no-brainer slam dunk, kind of cut and dry thing, ended up turning into some contentious debate on the floor, primarily between the Republicans who were calling this resolution. I think it was Senator Joanne Brown who had used the phrase anti-military, right? But I'm going to go ahead and read some of the resolution here before we go on, Senator. This is resolution number 55-36, relative to reaffirming our human right to safe drinking and clean water in observance of World Water Day 2021. And recognizing the importance of protecting our northern Guam lands aquifer and precious water resource and ensuring the health of our people. So when I read those, or just the subject of that resolution, like I said, it kind of seemed like, duh, I mean, who's not going to support this, right? So where did we kind of go from that, Senator, to just some of the things that were said on the floor yesterday and some of the opposition to this resolution?
Yeah, I think a lot of the issue is, I guess the interpretation of it was that it goes beyond just recognizing the importance of water and really kind of questioning a project that will actually, according to the Department of Defense's words, has a potential to leach contaminants. And so I think that's, when we're talking about protecting the environment, I'm, as an oversight chair for the environment, I feel that everything that impacts something so vital needs to be addressed. And I think a lot of the, I guess this debate was, what are we doing on our side, right? And, that's what, as the speaker was saying, this resolution addresses what we don't have control over, right? It's, we have all these processes in place to address environmental concerns when it comes to projects, civilian projects. And when it comes to military projects, it's really the military processes that are driving this. And that really was one of the intent of this resolution too, is to highlight where are the gaps in our regulatory process, so we can be, more, things are more transparent. We're able to prevent any contamination issues. Guam is very blessed. According to one, statistics, we can pump 80 million gallons a day. Of course, that's not sustainably, but it's been estimated 80 million gallons a day can come from our aquifer. Just looking at the history, the geological history of our aquifer, it's a thing of beauty. And I considered it a natural wonder, how little tiny creatures deposited shells upon shells for millions of years to create this water-bearing rock, right, that we can draw water from and sustenance from. And I think the challenge too is anything that happens over our aquifer has a potential to contaminate, right? And I'm doing whatever I can, in whatever bills that I introduce to address what the issues are on the civilian side. And that's why with a resolution, we can't pass laws to affect federal processes. So that's why there was a resolution. And, it's really about our humanity. Our access to clean drinking water is a basis of all our human rights. Without that, we cannot, how can we recognize these other rights, right? So, for me, it's pretty clear, a project that is actually stated it's going to produce 6.7 million rounds of ammunition a year. That's 18,000 rounds a day containing lead and other things. And so I think it's within the right of all our people here on Guam to speak out that, we know the impacts from other places, Kohalave, Okinawa, Vieques. We know the impacts of long-term, military training. And, if there's a way that we can prevent this harm from happening, I think that's the best course of policy. And, we've been speaking this for many, many years in terms. And, there is, because it's a human right issue, this resolution basically would be transmitted to the UN Special Rapporteurs that oversee human rights when it comes to clean drinking water. And it's really just, having them have a site visit, seeing what's happening, and how can we protect something so vital. I mean, it's so easy to take for granted something that comes out of the tap readily. And until something happens, right, something happens to that, it might be too late, right? So we want to prevent any of this contamination. And lead was banned in the 1986 in the US. And so, in 1999 here on Guam. So, I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up. If we're allowing something that has been banned that could eventually leach into our water system. And it's also not just the water, but the fish, that we catch off the shores. It's not just us that are going to be affected. It's going to be the environment and what we depend upon. And I think I just want to make it clear that, our environment is the basis of our health, and it's also the basis of, our economy too. It is the true source of our wealth. And we need to work together to protect what we have, what we've inherited. I think this modern world has really disconnected us from these relationships that nurture us and sustain us. And it's really getting back to that idea, that connection. Because once you have that connection with your environment, you would more likely protect something, protect it.
Senator,
so, yes.
I mean, we've had other resolutions which are listed in your resolution. There was resolution number 164-305 relative to urging the support of Governor Lulian Guerrero to call for a pause to clearing, pre-construction, data recovery, and construction activities related to the U.S. Department of the Navy's proposed live fire firing range at Northwest Field, or Tailalu, adjacent to Letekzen, in order to ensure the protection of the environment and historic and cultural resources of the northern coastline of Guam. There was also Resolution 365-35, relative to urging the U.S. Navy to cease its use of active sonar and torpedo countermeasures and in-water explosives in identified habitats that take or harm marine mammals, and to use passive sonar to detect the presence of marine mammals and to provide all information as declared necessary by the government of Guam in order to determine the boundaries of the habitat areas of beaked whales and other, I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, so we've had these resolutions before, and they were like very well supported by the previous legislature. Where do you think this one kind of went off the, I mean, I don't say it went off the rails, but man, it turned into kind of this like social media ignorance debate about, oh, well, we can't talk about contamination that's happening inside the military fence line unless we're also talking about whatever is going on outside of it. Right. And you see that a lot. And it's, I guess, to the people who say those things, it's meant to like defuse the argument. I mean, it doesn't, obviously. But where do you think it kind of like just devolved into that discussion on the floor?
Yeah, I think that, I understand that my colleagues want to support environmental causes, but I think there perhaps is, an issue when it comes to military projects, right? People are less likely to speak out about it, even though the impacts are great. So I think that's maybe one of the, the issues is that it is a project that is DoD driven. And I think too, it's like, I understand that, people have, I feel that, there is a certain reliance on the military, right? And a lot of our people have joined the military and they see it as, it becomes this picture of being anti-military. But it can't be reduced to that because all of us are going to be affected. So yeah, I think it's about, that sort of connection that many of our families have. And I just want to make it clear that it's not against these families and members of the military. Yeah. It's really about holding an institution accountable.
I mean, they're the number one polluter in the world, the United States military. I just don't get how to whittle down this resolution into an argument that's really as naive as, it's anti-military to talk about military pollution. It's insane to me. When did clean water become a partisan issue?
Right. And I think it's even more onerous because the U.S. government has a fiduciary responsibility as administering power of a non-self-governing territory to protect the natural and cultural resources until such time we exercise our rights to self-determination. And so that's what this is too. It's a pro-human rights cause. And, I just want to encourage everybody, question, I think one should question, one should not be afraid to assert our rights, even if it means the difficult discussions in our family. And I know there are many, my family was in the military as well. Yeah. And so, and oftentimes, they are, the military has supported families, but at the same time, it's, there are issues that are happening here that, are very visible. We're seeing the destruction of 7 football fields. I forget what the statistic was. Yeah. The complete erasure of a village, a Magwak village. So I think it's hard. It's hard to acknowledge these things, when our ties are so strong, right? So, but I think to help balance this, we need to reconnect with our land and our ancestral ties. Because we are a civilization that have existed over 3,000 years. And we need to reconnect with that. Unfortunately, a lot of that history still needs to be discovered. And that information is contained in our environment. And once we lose that, we have a greater loss. We lose the connection even more. And, I truly believe that there is healing power that comes from this. And I just want to encourage everybody to, just to question and assert their rights for safe, clean drinking water.
Senator, let me ask, so this resolution passes, obviously it would be something that we would, even if it doesn't pass, we would want to pass on over to the UN special rapporteurs who are coming to the island to assess what's going on with the buildup. What kind of statement does it send both ways? If the resolution passes, what does it say to these UN rapporteurs about the state and the attitude of the buildup here? And if it doesn't pass, what does it also say?
I think both ways. I think it's an opportunity to see what's happening, right? I think there are definitely processes in place that are there to silence us. And even if it means, standing up for our human rights. So either way, I think it has implications of maybe encouraging a visit. And this also complements the work of Attorney Julian Uggan, who was successful in getting a joint allegation letter sent out by 3 rapporteurs. And so this would just complement the work that he has done, as well as the work of all our community members that have been working so hard to raise awareness and build community around protecting our water, protecting our natural and cultural resources. And I think it's important too, as a community, to develop stronger regulatory frameworks, so we know what's happening when it happens, and more importantly, to prevent it from happening. We hear that information is given to us much later, when, for instance, when a burial is found, or we don't know something has happened until after the fact, and by then we have to deal with cleanup. So I think the more we can strengthen our agency locally, and this is one of the intent of this resolution, is to highlight that, where are the gaps in our local government and how can we strengthen those? In one of the questions, so I did invite the regulatory agencies. BSP did come, and it was clear that the monitoring of these wells, the information is given to US EPA. And there's no opportunity to reevaluate federal consistency. So there's a lack of monitoring capability right now, and that needs to be addressed.
Senator, what did you make of the argument that was presented on the floor yesterday about the pollution and whatnot that goes on outside the fence line? The argument seemed to be that you can only care about one of the two. And I think it was Senator Frank Blas who said that, what about what's happening on the outside of the fence line? Because both are definitely very real issues to me, but I just don't like this idea that you can only focus on one or the other. So if we're going to talk about military contamination, then, we got to talk about what the Chamorros are doing.
So I introduced 2 bills regarding illegal dumping, and I hope to get the support of my colleagues on that. So there are other avenues to address these local issues. And, in drafting the resolution, I did think about that. It's like, why don't we throw everything in there, right? But it's going to lose that, the effect of what this resolution really, is about. Is about a particular, project. And yes, one thing at a time, right? So, and then also the scale of it. We're talking about a huge project. And I think we still need to reassert that right to, say no, that this is too harmful. And even the Department of Defense states it in their own documents, their own supplemental EIS. And so, I just think it's not fair. It's not fair that something so harmful can still be pushed through. And I think that the drafters of these national environmental protection laws, the drafters of the National Historic Preservation laws, probably never even conceived of this. It was never meant to allow such damage. The intent of these bills is to protect and to avoid harm. And so I think it's, without the ability to have a voice in you know in the national scene, it's very hard to get through and have our perspectives represented with bills that we were not even a part of drafting and passing. So, you know, it's really, you know, one can see it as an overreach of the federal government implementing laws that we never gave consent. We never were a part of the drafting of these laws, and which really has a whole different realm when you apply it to Guam. You know, it doesn't seem fair.
What about the remedy, Senator? So we had the Admiral on here, it was a few weeks ago, and I asked him about this special rapporteur and what impact it would have on the ongoing buildup. And he was basically like, none. They don't have the jurisdiction. They don't have the authority. So, I mean, I definitely feel the frustration. There are just so many roadblocks that we're coming up against in trying to just hold this whole process accountable. But what did you make of the Admiral's comments about those rapporteurs?
I wasn't aware, but I mean, if he says that he has no control, the resolution also sends it will be sent to the president. So the president is the commander in chief, and he's has the ultimate decision making power when it comes to military projects. So I think that's one of the issues is the people that we're talking to here on Guam are following orders, right? And may or may not necessarily be the decision makers.
Right.
And that's one of the things that this resolution does. It ensures that those that have the power to make decisions are apprised of this.
I saw a media report that that the governor is going to urge President Biden to respond to these letters that were sent by the rapporteurs.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I don't know what the status of that is. I think that's good that there's some movement happening with that. And this resolution, I hope to, reinforce that letter. So that's why we included it in this session.
What's it looking like though with the votes on this, Senator?
I think I'm hoping to get it supported. So I'm looking for the support of my co-sponsors and additional senators as well. So I welcome all my colleagues to really take a look at this and really join and unite around protecting something so vital.
There was something I heard that someone had said about the Republicans' comments on the floor yesterday, and it was something like, "My God, why are these Republicans so against clean water? What do they drink? Soda?" It just cracked me up. Because again, it seemed like something so simple that it was just going to go in like, "Yep, okay, we all love clean water. Thank you, rubber stamp, done."
No comment.
Yeah, crazy.
But I think I'm willing to reach out to my colleagues, and I hope I get their support. And throughout, also other environmental issues too. So I'm going to be hard at work with protecting our environment. I look forward to their support in those areas.
What did you make of Senator Brown's comment that we played on the news where she was like, "Oh, well, why didn't we just do a separate resolution addressing all the stuff with the firing range and the buildup?"
I think that, I think this is a well-written resolution, if I say so myself. Yeah. I think it covers a lot of ground and bases, and it's very holistic in its approach. It talks about, how valuable our resources is, our water resources, how, what are the challenges, particularly the lifeguard training range, the impact that will have. It covers ground about, environmental justice, that, the people that are experiencing the worst kinds of environmental problems are Indigenous people, people of color, and, environmental justice helps to, correct that and rectify that. And also it highlights that we are consistent in ensuring, protecting our aquifer, It is a sole source aquifer, about 80 to 90% of the drinking water of our people. So yeah, when it comes to water, it really is the source of life. And it touches upon everything from the development of our culture. And, I think it's, I disagree that it should be a separate rewritten, because I think it's well.
Very well. The issue is definitely intertwined, Senator. So what kind of, you said you're going to be approaching your colleagues. I'm assuming you mean some of the ones across the aisle. So what are you going to be bringing to them in terms of the discussion, or do you feel like some of them are too far gone down that side of the argument to even get through to?
Well, I always think there's an opportunity. So to have debate and discussion. So I heard their statements on the floor. So it would seem like it's pretty hard to come back from that, right? But I think we can work together moving forward. That's my hope. That's what we need to do, right? We need to be united as a people when it comes to protecting, our environment, protecting our people. It just makes the work harder if we're not united.
Exactly. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Senator, and, keep us posted about any developments with this or anything else you're working on.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chris.
Right
Have
on.
a great day.
You too. There you go. 925 Environment Chair Senator Sabina Perez on this resolution. It's up on the legislature's website. It's resolution number 55-36. And like I'd said, it's relative to reaffirming our human right to safe drinking and clean water in observance of World Water Day. And it kind of reads down. Let's read some of it for you guys. Whereas the observance of World Water Day provides an opportunity to reaffirm our human right to clean and safe drinking water and to renew our responsibility to protect our precious water resource. And whereas water is of vital cultural importance to the Chamorro people who have developed a unique oceanic civilization for over 3,000 years, and our relationship to water is sacred. Water is the source of life, of all life on Guam, whereas the limestone forest is an integral part of the cultural landscape of the Chamorro people. And it's on there. Go ahead and read it. And then it also goes into a lot of the kind of bullet points and many of these bullet points coming from Department of Defense documents themselves. When they kind of go in on that in the last few pages. Very, very interesting read. It kind of like Senator Sabina had said, she said it's a well-written resolution, if she does say so herself. And I do see a lot of pieces that were from kind of previous resolutions. So it definitely is a good read and very well researched, I would say. They've quoted a bunch of different articles here of the United Nations underrepresented peoples, Article 26, Section 3. So it's up there on the legislature's website. Okay, that's one resolution. There was another one here I saw. Where was it? This was a funny one. Okay, I can't find it. I'll get back to you on that. Hey, 927, guys. We're a little bit backed up. We're going to go. Oh, good. Yes, Senator? Okay, I think we lost her. We got Major Anton Uga, Department of Corrections, coming up in just a couple. We'll take a quick break right here on the link. 928, good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Well, let's start here. Lillian Cruz. Wow, yes, thank you for Resolution 5536. Gina writes, I agree with you, Senator Perez. This is an issue that is beyond political parties or pet projects for gain. Bobby Beneventi. Thank you, Senator Perez. Gina goes on to expand on her point. Which of the two has the means to solve the problem of environmental pollution? Obviously, the U.S. military. Local issues are a struggle due to limited funding and resources and manpower, but not with Uncle Sam. That's not even a fair statement for Senator Blas to make. Lawrence Laguatnia, protehi ita nota. Gina goes on, I think anytime you get to speak up and fight for a clean Guam, it should be our leaders to fight for that in everything they do. It was totally appropriate to mention the deep need to consider the source of pollution and destruction of our environment while pushing for solutions. I mean, yeah, it's a huge part of the conversation to talk about what's going on with the buildup and the environment. How could you not talk about it? And I don't think it's anti-military to talk about it. That's ridiculous. It's 9:32. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Major Anton Uggan standing by. Major, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
What kind of update you got? Let's just start the first thing. I know I'd asked the last time you were on, there was a policy from the director that we weren't going to be confining nonviolent offenders. We're only confining violent offenders and family violence, I think. Has that policy changed yet, Major?
No, sir. The policy in regards to confining violent offense is still in play.
What kind of has there been like any conversation with the DOC leadership on reversing this policy?
I mean, we did talk about it, Chris, and again, you know, we're still trying to be very cautious, right, with how many people are coming into the prison. Although we do have the COVID testing that we can do for those that weren't tested prior to coming to DOC. Our population still has not been vaccinated, and you know, we're trying to minimize the contacts. Space is limited, and you know, we just want to save the bed space for the more violent offenders. I can tell you that, you know, based on our the report from the Aganya for the month of April, we haven't turned anybody away. We keep track of who we're turning away, but for the month of April, we haven't turned anyone away. Some of the ones in the past, of course, were public drunkenness, disorderly conduct. Those were turned away. Theft of property. When I say turned away, I mean they were booked and released at the GPD level instead of being booked and confined. So they were still charged, but they were charged via the notice to appear. citation, issued a citation notice to appear.
Have you had any complaints from any of the officers yet, GPD? Saying, hey, we're calling these guys. Go ahead.
No, I personally have not received any calls. I do believe our management, the deputy director, they may have received a call or two about complaining about us not accepting the non-violent offenders. Yeah.
So Deputy Robert Camacho?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what was the nature of the calls that he received? Are you able to share with us?
No, I'm not really. I haven't really discussed it with him, but I do know there were, whenever the, like for example, criminal trespass, resisting arrest, we didn't accept it. So some officers, of course, were upset. I believe they called the deputy about it, and again, that was an offense that could be handled through a notice to appear. Again, we are taking all the family violence and the warrants. Of course, there's quite a few warrants. We've had a few that are public drunkenness, but they had a warrant also attached to that. So we confine them. That person will be confined. And more than not, they'll actually be released later that day once the court processes them.
What's the status on visitation?
Well, Chris, we're still, as you know, we were hoping to get the vaccine going, started last week, but with the pause of the Johnson & Johnson, no one has been vaccinated yet, but I spoke to the head nurse this morning, and we're just waiting from guidance from public health. We understand now that the CDC has lifted the pause on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So again, is that still the one they're going to use from us? I'm not sure yet, but logistically, that'll probably be the best one to use. And we're just going to sit back, wait for guidance from public health, and hopefully in the next few weeks, we can start getting vaccinated.
You sent over some. Go ahead.
We still have incoming that's ongoing. So that process is still ongoing. I think this week we had about 200 people drop off some incoming.
We're popping up those pictures, Major. So you were able to stand up the incoming. When did that start again, Major?
Well, we do it every month. And for the last 7 days, it's been ongoing. In fact, even today. And for the last 7 days, we had about 230 families drop off incoming for the different housing units. I sent you some pictures yesterday of some of the how the process is going. So at least we still have that for now.
Nice. Major, let me ask, so in standing up this new incoming process, are we compromising at all the ability of the officers to inspect the packages that are coming in for any type of contraband?
No, sir. As you can see on one of the pictures, they have a system set up when the family members drive up. Of course, the officers are wearing masks. They take the bag from them. They inspect it to make sure all the items are there. We do even a double inspection again before it's even delivered to the housing units. And that includes like deodorant. We did find, for example, in Agana, one of the families tried to smuggle contraband into one of the deodorants. They put tobacco and stuff in the deodorant. So our officers are aware of that, and we are searching it. Several searches, actually, even when it goes to the unit, the items are searched again by the officers in the unit.
Wow.
And so we're doing, the best we can to minimize the introduction of contraband.
Wow. So with the deodorant, what do they do? They like push out? Is this the stick deodorant?
Yes, they take out the stick all the way, put contraband underneath it, roll it back in, and try to send it in. But we've already we've caught, not this time, but even in the past, we've caught people trying that several times.
Were you guys kind of like going around saying, "Man, you guys, why is your fat stinky when you're getting so much deodorant?" Oh, okay, let's start checking the deodorant.
No, it's just, again, they're trying to smuggle it in. The families, the families have the product in their, in their custody, and of course they make several attempts to find ways to use those things to hide contraband. It's nothing new.
Right. What are some of the other methods, Major?
They even put it in their clothes, the seams of the pants, you know, like the pair of jeans or something. They'll put it in the seams of the pants. They'll undo the seam and put contraband ice usually or something inside and then sew it back up. They put it in the soles of their shoes. You know, they hide it in the different products that are coming in. They try to disguise it. But again, you know, we just have to keep doing our due diligence to search for it every time.
What about contraband coming in over the fence, Major?
We did have something a couple of days ago. They threw over a peanut butter jar over the perimeter. It had some Copenhagen and some lighters and I think possible ice inside. Again, we got it and we turned it over to GPD. Right. So they still make those attempts. It's every day. It's a challenge to keep this stuff out of the prison.
What about any vaccination hesitancy with the inmates? And now that we've resumed the use of Johnson & Johnson, are you guys planning on also resuming the use of the vaccine?
At this point, Chris, we're still thinking that that's the route to go. Again, we have to wait for public health to give us the final. And the reason why Johnson & Johnson for us work better is logistically. Again, right now we have about over 300 prisoners, detainees and inmates that are interested in taking the vaccine. And when we do give the vaccine, again, we have to do it unit by unit, plus we have to keep them separated. And then there's that monitoring period. So the process will be a little slow to get through a particular housing unit. And each housing unit has a different population number. But it's not undoable. It's something we can do. We're hoping that more inmates will be willing to take it when the time comes. That would just help us get better at looking at these visitation issues and perhaps moving it along a little faster. Once we feel a little bit more confident that we can protect the population. Again, these restrictions are designed to protect the inmates, protect the staff, and the inmate's family. As inconvenient as they may be, our intent is to prevent anyone from getting sick.
What else is going on at the prison?
We just, yesterday we celebrated, we lost two of our officers. They retired, not lost, but retired. We thought Major Kittibutt is retiring, and one of our captains, Chris Donato, is also retiring. We're losing about two or three more later this year to retirement. We had a little ceremony for them, keeping my social distancing and do what we can to show them our appreciation for all the years they put into this department. The governor was here, and the lieutenant governor, to provide, give them their certificate of retirement.
Man, Major, I saw something on Facebook relative to the tragic murder of the former mayor of Umatech. And then I saw something about, I believe, does one of his kids work as a corrections officer at the prison?
Actually, two of his daughters, the Gofigan, they just started maybe coming on about a year now. They're one of our more recent hires. He has two daughters here, and yes, it's unfortunate that this event has happened, but we're praying for them and hopefully they'll be back to work soon.
I mean, I can't even begin to think what's that like, showing up to work and having to just, because are they in the women's section of the prison? Because I know that there was a arrest, Rudy Kanata, and then Joyner Sked, right, who I assume is being housed in the women's unit.
Yeah, so prior to that incident happening, one of the officers was assigned to the Agani detention facility, and the other officer was assigned up here to the Manila facility, and to include the female unit. But since this incident, the officer in Agana has been reassigned. And she's actually been on leave for a while, but she's also been reassigned, so she will not be going back to Agana because that's where Rudy's at. And they will not enter the female unit. Of course, we have protocol in place to address situations like this, to prevent from putting the officers in any kind of position where something may ignite between the defendant, the detainee, and the officer.
Tell us a little more about that protocol, because I'm sure that Guam being the small community it is, we're all intertwined. I'm pretty sure this has happened before, where you have a corrections officer who might be related to a victim of a crime, or might even be related to a person who's being held on charges coming into the facility.
Yes, it's not uncommon. It's happened before. I personally have family members incarcerated. And we try to put up a barrier, making sure that these officers don't come in contact with their family members, or two, their people that are, if their family is a victim of the crime in this case, their assignments will be, their assignments will be not in those areas. And of course, everyone is aware of the potential conflict. So our supervisors and managers are well aware. And so, we do our best to minimize any sort of contact. And in the event they do cross paths, we ensure that, nothing, try to do our best to make sure nothing happens from that encounter. But right now, again, the two officers, the two ladies are off duty. They're on leave. And we've already got different assignments set up for them when they return back. And it will not be in the area where the female defendant is or Mr. Kinata.
We had a comment in here. When a visitor has been caught with contraband at DLC during a search, are they arrested, booked, and detained? What's the process for that?
Yes, sir. We have arrested several in the past when the family members bring in and they're caught with it. There have been several arrested, booked, and confined and charged with it. It just depends. I mean, we do call GPD and ask for that they be arrested for this. Yes, including the inmate. If we can prove the inmate had knowledge of it, he would also be rearrested too.
Right on. Okay, Major. Anything in closing?
No. Just be safe.
Anything with any officers going on?
Say again, sir?
Anything with any officers going on? Any hanky-panky?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Nothing, nothing's going on right now. I haven't heard anything. Of course, if but if something does come up, we can handle it, in accordance with our policies.
Right on, Major. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Chris. See you next week.
Okay, bye. Major Anton Uggan. 9:47. Let's take a break, and then we're going to come back and do Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. We got a special Cover Me for our friends in the surf community. Next, right here at 9:48. Good morning.
Banners.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Zahan lagu gi matamu Zahapaca du maski pabel sangan Lau tiu hongi telu Na pona puti du na pogu Ni guahu gagagi magagi fionmu Apu magi gya pagamu Sabil sangon ni histura sahabu zamu Apu magi gapagohu Sabil sangon ni histura sahabu zamu Ai sinati unhongi Nai tura sonhuku makati I put hagu I lo hagu itelu I magoi tin hasu Na put hagu tu na neni na mapatu Long na klaru gizagwahu Zan magoi
Everybody, welcome back to The Link, and as we head into the 10 o'clock hour, music can do so many things for so many people, and as that timeless classic song, Apomagi, reminding us of JD Crutch. I found we actually had a completely different Cover Me song. You know, that's where we feature local music brought to you by our friends at Burger King and Docomo Pacific. By a good buddy of mine, Christian Bias, of course, son of the legendary Guam musician Jesse Bias. Christian used to gig at Burger King, Chris, of all places. Burger King in Upper Tumon. Like I've said many, many times on this show, Burger King has always been supportive of, youth activities. And they actually used to let Christian, or as he's known by his friends, Trench, they used to jam with 7 Miles Down. him and PJ Santos, they're actually kind of going back and forth on, and friends, and they were going back and forth on Facebook about how much hair they had back then. But this is a clip of when they played at Burger King, featuring the late Charlie Keone. I've known Charles since high school. He was a senior when I was a freshman at Sanchez. He was just that kind of guy, drawing on his Polynesian heritage. I remember when he graduated, like in '89, they called his name and he had, a big traditional Polynesian lei. He was so proud to like finish high school, not in a, hey, look at me way and everything, but just exhibiting everything about our school. And he was that kind of guy. When he was a senior, he was cool to you when you were a freshman. He'd be like, hey, you're part of this school. You're part of this community. I want you to feel safe here. Let's feel proud about who our school is. And when we go over to JFK, we're going to try and bring the noise to those guys and everything, like in football and everything like that. So rest in peace, Charlie. Passed away on April 11th in Houston, but always an amazing guy. He's a Polynesian dancer, PIC clubmate formerly. Really, really good guy. So this is a clip for today's extra special Cover Me of 7 Miles Down, with a clip featuring the late Charles Keone, also former KUM promotions manager, Tommy Pangilinan, who kicks it off. So we hope you enjoy.
Nice. It's brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific.
Just say what you need. Voicemail won't cut it for me. Maybe I should text you. Maybe you would come through, but that will give you all control. I need a miracle, please. My genie in a bottle took a leave. And I know that things won't change. I can't help but feel this way. My Venus and my Mars collide for you. Your recent distance gives me space, but in my head I wish you'd stay. Torn between you rising with me. Maybe I should linger.
You guys want to hear one song? Make some noise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for 7 miles.
Charlie, want to help us out with this one? Come on, Charlie.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Keone.
Mr. Kane Duncan Pacific presenting Cover Me with a classic performance there from 7 Miles Down. It is 9:59. Good morning, guys. The show again brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, ITD, and Jack in the Box, where it is back. The bonus jack, triple bonus jack, a returning favorite. Jack's triple bonus jack combo is everything you need to indulge. Add a patty, make it a quad for just $1 more. Winner. Hey, it's 10 o'clock to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for jamming with us on this Tuesday, April 27th episode of The Link. My name is Chris for Sabrina Salas Mantanani, who is off island. Best wishes, guys. Jason Salas, remember we got your 6 with our primetime newscast on KUAM News. Joe Sir, thank you. Master Control, thank you, guys. KUAM TV, it's been a blast, as always, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on KUAM TV. The rest of us, dark and early, with The Link. Leaving you with this one from Josh Natmaulik. Sweet Remedy. Guahusi Chris está. Adios!